Hi. Hey. What's up, guys? It's Monday. It's 12:55 p.m. 5/11/26. That's a May 11, 2026, and it's 75 degrees out. I can't believe we're already halfway through this year. Blasted by the most fast I think I've ever had anything blast by in my life. Totally unnoticed while I just worked the whole time. So, anyways, so I think it was with the injuries that I got, like my ribs and my right arm. I broke my right arm, and I think that was part of it. So, hi guys, I'm here. Today, I went to bed at like, I want to say 1 or 2 a.m., probably 3 in the morning. And 3.5 hours later, I got a phone call that my mom was late for surgery she was supposed to do today, and she thought it was tomorrow. So they were like, "We can still take you if you rush on down here." And so we did. I had to get up at 6:30, and then get showered and rush and leave at 7 to go take her down to the hospital and bring the car back. And then she was done by 9:30 or 10. And we brought her back. Excuse me. I went back down there. I went to the dispensary. I bought a new pen, a cool pen that's got a battery meter on it. See the cool battery meter? There it is. It's like popping right there. Yeah, cool little battery meter that you can kind of see. And so, yeah. And I went to the dispensary and I bought 4 more twists. 1, 2, 3, 4, which are here. I like Panda pens currently on the Northwest, Pacific Northwest. They're my style. And I bought 2. Yep. Anyways, so yep. And there's my Panda pens. That goes into the stack of other Panda pens that I've got to comprise a collection of 6 for this whole month. And so that goes in my whole Panda pen. Oh, not Panda pen, but my vape pen kit. There we go. And so, I am okay, and I am a little bit frustrated because when I turned on my television today, the right side of it is dim, and that's a problem that I've been getting with this television. And yeah, and so, uh, I am going to take it out the big face here. I don't have anything else to say. Just so I've only had, why I brought up what I did today is I've only had 3.5 hours of sleep today, and I'm really kind of dragging behind. And maybe I should actually caffeinate. It's early enough in the day. I could caffeinate. I haven't had much sleep today, and I think I'll probably, and I'm gonna get drunk tonight. So I think I could caffeinate and get drunk tonight. I think I'll be right back. So in a couple hours here, every few hours, I have to step away to go check on my mother's welfare and all this, and make sure she's doing okay. Getting on Eve Online. I'm going to just wait for the monitor to fix. I guess I could raise the color of the picture. But I don't think I'm going to. I'm just going to deal with it. Especially on a darker scene like Eve, it's kind of annoying. Doing well out in Onotone. I'm gonna go run some sites and stuff and keep working on faction warfare because I'm making so much money. Oh, damn, I ran more last night, enough to get a reward. That's insane. Let me see. Nice, 300 Warcraft operational intel. I'm fairly sure that sells. So, cool. All of that goes to my redeem. We've got a lot of stuff in the redeem, so I'm going to do that all now. Playing some EVE Online. I'm going to pop on Rust here. I'm going to farm on Rust. with jackhammer and a chainsaw. Okay, so minimize this for just a minute while I deal with stuff.
Warp drive active.
Okay, so I am intending to go on Rustin Farm for just like an hour. So with caffeine, hopefully I at least am able to stay awake. It also might just make me blood sugar crash. It's kind of annoying. Lately it's not worked as the way it used to.
For sponsoring this video. In October of 2010, Rob Ford became the 64.
I've already done this guy. I don't care about this guy anymore.
In the year since.
Big thank you to Nebula for sponsoring this video.
But broadly speaking, certainly for American producers, the cost of producing that one barrel that may have been $60 2 months ago and now is $110, you know, maybe at the end of this week. I don't know the specific prices, but the cost of producing that same barrel of oil has not changed.
Yeah, that's entirely correct. And when you look at commodity,
so that means they're just making that much more profit, right?
Yes,
like, I mean, if somebody came to me and said, Sam, here's a button where the Majority Report can do exactly the same thing tomorrow as it did today, except for people are going to pay double for it, and all you got to do is press this button, I'll be like, okay.
I think the challenge here is from the kind of Trump administration's perspective is that while U.S. shale producers are making, you know, bank in this kind of environment, there's no doubt that profitability has exploded in this environment. Prior to this war, we actually saw prices basically at break-even points for U.S. shale, and this was the first year we were expecting to see a contraction in overall U.S. crude oil production for the first time since 2020. So I think this definitely shakes that loose, and I think there's a tendency, and I would say there's a tendency to almost sanity wash the Trump administration's agenda here, that they're saying, oh, they meant to close the Strait of Hormuz. Oh, this is part of this broad kind of effort to starve China of energy and to kind of flex U.S. energy dominance. But I would say generally that my, you know, my bias in this entire crisis so far is that the Trump administration and Trump himself never meant to get into this quagmire, never meant to get into a multi-week, multi-month, you know, closure of Hormuz, because now they're desperately, and as you played at the beginning, Rubio at this stage basically is like, if we could just go back to where we were like mid-February, that would be great.
Yes, Mulligan, please. Well, my point is not that the Trump administration planned this, but that there are parties who have access to the Trump administration. It could be countries, it could be producers who might say, like, yeah, bomb Iran. Like, no matter what the outcome is, I'm going to benefit. And so, you know, I don't think Trump has the level of competence to have, you know, come up with this plan. But I do think that there are people who say, like, it's in my best interest if there's a war with Iran. That might be from an ideological perspective. It might be because, you know, Israel perceived Iran as a threat. But there are other entities that would say, like, war in Iran is good for my business. And so I'm going to encourage it. And, you know, I can't imagine a lot of people thought like it would become this much of a mess. But if I'm an American oil executive, I'm not sitting there lamenting this either.
Here's the thing, and I think this is a common kind of accusation towards the industry. But the one thing I will say here is that when I'm speaking to industry and people at the corporate side, they don't love this either. I think while it's obviously a boon to profitability, the volatility is quite damaging, and there is this view towards the long term of the industry, because at the same time, while this is absolutely boosting profits in the near term and likely for the next year or two at least, in the longer term, like 10 years from now, Asia in particular is guaranteed to be consuming less oil. This is going to accelerate the energy transition. Because I think at one point, you know, the particularly mounting inflation and cost of living concerns, the kind of classic, more altruistic climate concern kind of energy transition process and mandate, and the argument for it was kind of coming under fire and wasn't quite as effective. I think reframing this as one about, this is about affordability, this is about energy security, this is about the future and kind of reducing dependence on the Middle East, basically where the energy transition conversation was almost 20 years ago now. I think returning to those same talking points is what we're going to see from the kind of energy transition community for the next decade. I think we're gonna...
All the guns are gone for some reason. Maybe they've been moved to core. I don't know. Well, let's take it, LR, because I don't really want to lose the engagement. No, all the ammo and all the tools and stuff has been moved to open core, I guess. So, okay, there's an LR sitting here, but I will need to produce some bullets, and that's okay. The only other thing I really need is... Yeah, all this has been moved, huh? Like, all of it? Yeah. Alright, well, I don't want to go up into the core because it takes forever. So, I will just produce my own ammo, I guess. Yeah, so we'll just shut up. I will farm for half an hour just to say that I did. And get them some metal and, well, really it's like metal and high qual, I guess. I don't know if we're going to be able to pay this upkeep forever, but I mean, it's not that hard. Okay, so, yeah, and now we go out. Don't have a light source, which is, like, no good, but, I don't know. I feel like me being here sort of like runs risk of raid protection, but I don't know. They're not raiding this base. If they do, they're going to raid us anyways. So... I am going to leave this here, this and this. I'm going to bring this and this. I need that, and that, and that, and we're going to produce some GP, and some ammo. Yeah, and hopefully this is enough for, 45 rounds isn't that good, I'm going to go higher. Yeah, that's about right. Okay, I borrowed an LR. I'm trying to... I don't know. Maybe I would prefer to put the Balti at risk, because that's not... I mean... No, I don't think so. So... Yeah, I put a LR kit at risk just to see if I can get out there and farm. I wish I had a jackhammer, but I don't. And, yeah, so, yeah, and that's enough rounds. We're good for now. This will produce for a little while longer, yep. So, okay, we're looking pretty good. I want something quiet but very fast and deadly, like a knife. There's a frontier suit. I will. Okay, so I'm going out to farm. Just to feel like I did, you know? And I will only do metal, pretty much. That's metal and sulfur. If I had the materials, I would repair. Which one did I come from? Is it like that one? Yeah. Man, it's big. That's what she said. I would like to repair this if you could. High qual. High qual metal, which I don't have right here. I'd have to get some wood to burn it, so that's okay for now. That's fine. Oh, I left the salvaged hammer. I don't care about one LR kit. I don't even know why I'm bringing it, really. I mean, I don't, you know, at least I can defend myself, yeah, if somebody fucks up, or, you know, somebody pops up. Doesn't appear that anybody's running excavator. Okay. Going out to the island on the assumption that it's safe enough to farm, because it's probably quiet this time of day. I might run into somebody here, but I mean, like, I'd say it's about 50-50.
I hear lots about Hormuz for the next decade to come.
Right, and the reason why I would imagine Exxon and Chevron, I think it was the other day, said,
oh look, nobody's been farming, so it's all here, and that's going to make it very easy to do what I want to do. I want to put a bunch of metal frags in their coffer, so they feel like you know. One of the reasons John built so big is so that people like I can come on and farm for an hour and not, like, running the rave protection doesn't really matter because, you know, it's like you have so much defense, so much protection in so many different ways that they'd have to bring, like, a very concerted 8-man, which was going to happen anyways, you know? How's my health? My health is kind of a thing. I do not want to advertise that I'm here. That guy got so fucking big so fast. I remember when those guys were just a little wood fucking base, and I should have busted in there. But it might have been raid protected. I don't know. At any time, out in the open like this, at any time a heli could just fly by, and then immediately it could be a problem for me. Especially with that guy that close. I don't want to fire. I don't want to alert anybody that I'm here, so otherwise they would be looking. I came out without night vision goggles, which is stupid. I can't farm. Oh, that startled me. Oh, that's good. Okay, pull back and we will go on to the next one. I'm learning the rear guards are really fucking quiet, and that's what I should be doing anyways, or whatever, command ops or
Warp
whatever.
drive active.
Well, I feel like I did something. I guess I'll spend the evening trying to get to the fucking furnaces to load this. Kind of close to that base. They could hear me farming maybe. I want to feel like I did something, like I tried to help. Alright, this sun's setting. I'm gonna go in. I'm gonna just deposit because I don't want to wait around for, what is that? It's like 15 or 20 minutes for the nighttime to end. But, I feel like I did something. You know, I want to feel like I did something. Go play a different game. Maybe a game with a little less high stakes than this. This was not enough high qual, but at least it's some. I would like to chop those 2 trees so I can burn. I don't have a light source, which is very, very bad. I need to get in while I can still see. Yeah, I mean, I really don't have a light source. That's gonna suck. At least I got in the base before it was an issue. The doors will guide me. Okay, so I made it, which is good. Right as it came down, and I'll be able to burn high qual and produce a flashlight. Oh. What's up, John? I'm just farming. Brought you some metal. Figured the upkeep might be a thing. I need to produce a flashlight. Now that's down. I'm not trying to go down. Wood, charcoal. Or okay, where's in the box? Gonna log for now. What's up, buddy? Okay, so then we move on to I would like to play some Starfield. Oh, I should do my 76 daily. Oh, I have to move.
Warp drive active.
Okay, so oops. Hurry up, you. Why won't you move over? You're so dumb. Okay, there's my 76 daily. I'm in here. Oops. Got a sick drones. And now, yeah, I think I'm in the mood for Starfield. Yeah, I'll probably play some Starfield for a little while. My TV is dark and it sucks. I'm going to have to replace this TV, and that is such a fucking pain in the ass. My mother's in recovery from surgery for a couple of days. But I think I need to kind of maybe like make an issue with Costco. Maybe it'll fix it. It fixes for like a week sometimes. It takes a little while, but usually the backlight fixes. We'll see. And now that it's malfunctioning, I don't think it's gonna get better. King Gath, Creations, Watchtower, Butcher South Elba Tower, McLaren's Outfitters. What was the creation for short time? I am not orbiting for whatever reason. I'm moving.
We're not going to be increasing production is because they don't want to build out the capacity, pay for the capacity, and then 5 years from now be like, we're operating at, I don't know, 70% capacity. I'm just making up numbers. I have no idea how that works, but I would imagine that's the idea, right?
Absolutely, and I think particularly even into the shorter term, if the Trump administration keeps telling the market that this is 2 to 3 weeks away from ending every 2 weeks, I think no one has confidence. Oil traders don't have the confidence to bid prices higher right now because they could get blown out to the downside by a true social post this morning, as they basically did. And I think the same thing goes for investment. Who's going to, at the best, U.S. shale responds faster than any other producers in the world.
The hell was
and it
that
still takes
thing?
them 4 to 6 months between investment decision and production. So who knows where we're going to be in 4 months, let alone 6 months.
Okay, can you talk about that trader mentality? Because I'm not sure people fully understand this. I should stop projecting. I don't fully understand this. The idea is when I'm trading oil, I'm not trading oil today. I'm trading oil in some time period out in the future. I don't know if it's 60 days, 90 days, 30 days, 120 days. And I'm trying to predict what the price is going to be then. And if the Strait of Hormuz opens up tomorrow, the price is going to be very different than it would be if it's closed 2 weeks out and then opens up, or 4 weeks out and then opens up, and 6 weeks out and open up. Like, there's so much potential sort of like twists and turns once you get like a week out that it's impossible to predict what the price is going to be in the future. And so if oil, correct me if I'm right, but if I'm wrong, if oil's $100 today, and I think this is going to continue on, I might say like, hey, I'll buy oil at 110 and deliver it to people at 120 because it's going to be 120 in 6 weeks. But if I buy it, or even if I buy it at 100 today and it's 110 in 6 weeks, I'm doing great. But if it's $98 in 6 weeks, I'm screwed. And so nobody's willing to necessarily put upward pressure on the price of oil because that's not going to be delivered for a while when oil could be much cheaper in the future.
So I think let's split this in two pieces. So I think when you're talking about futures, so when most of us Google the price of oil, what we normally see is what we call the prompt futures contract for WTI or Brent. These are the two major global benchmarks. Those are trading for some future date. So Brent right now, prompt Brent, which is the global benchmark, that's trading for July delivery right now. But there are nearer term deliverable contracts for crude oil in what we call spot markets. They're essentially for immediate delivery. And one of the hallmarks of this crisis is the blowout between those prices, what we call backwardation, or essentially a big premium on current barrels, what Bloomberg called ASAP deliverable barrels, which I like that framing. And the big thing here is that incentivizes inventory drawdowns and everything else. So that is what we would expect to see. That, I think, is a degree of normal. The element that you're talking about, this kind of inability or difficulty for traders to get, especially long or kind of, bid these prices higher, is I think those prices are the value of a July deliverable barrel today. Slightly different than what the price will actually be in July. Those are slightly different things. But even in the shorter term, and that's in most traders are in that prompt futures contract, even as a proxy of today, they bid high, but as soon as you get to like 110, 115, sure, the fundamentals of supply and demand are still bullish and pointing up. But if at any moment, Trump can come onto Truth Social and say, Hormuz is opened, and then prices on that day fall $15 a barrel in 15 minutes, it doesn't really matter. You're going to get blown out of your position anyways. So I think even if, one thing I've heard a lot right now is that traders by and large in the oil market are all bullish, but very few of them are buying. And I think that's the kind of element that the volatility is so wide and kind of the downside risk is so acute given the propensity to kind of bid these prices down on these Truth Social posts or whatever else. I think that's what's really freaking the market out and making it harder and harder to anticipate or to pull forward some of that suspected, supply loss. And just to put in perspective here, even if we were to reopen today, the Strait of Hormuz, we are down roughly 1 billion barrels of oil relative to what we thought we were going to produce this year. That is a staggeringly large volume of oil and is the equivalent of a very, very severe deficit over the entire course of a normal year. And we've got that in 2 months. This is by far the largest supply shock in history, but at this stage, given the market's apprehension with these pricing elements we've been talking about, it feels like we're going to need to wait until inventories draw down to truly worrying levels until the market starts responding higher.
Okay, all right. So there's two different things that I want. Those are the two questions I had next. We're down 1 billion barrels for the year if it ends today.
Yeah.
The capacity to make up that deficit is what? Because it seems like not only we down 1 billion barrels for the year in terms of world usage, and it feels like because of the existing inventories that people had and being spent down, the snake has swallowed the rat, but it hasn't made it even remotely down the body yet. We can see it, but it hasn't been processed through the system yet. But staying on the 1 billion barrels, the capacity to make up those barrels, if everything got rebuilt,
yep.
I'm asking what is the capacity for that? And then also sort of secondarily, is there also, even if it was to end today, is there an automatic deficit because of all the infrastructure that may have been destroyed and our capacity to, get back to parity is not only there, but even if we go at full tilt, there's still going to be an even greater deficit.
Yeah, so I think actually two questions and then one leads into the other very nicely. So what is the capacity to fill in for this market if, we just snap back to where we were on February 1st before any of this really got going, when we had that surplus in the market? We were looking at, again, it was supposed to be a very oversupplied market in 2026. That market was looking at maybe 2 to 3 million barrels a day on average expected oversupply. It would take the entire year of that level of surplus in order to fill back in that 1 billion barrel deficit or 1 billion barrel kind of hole we've created in the market with the closure of Hormuz. But to your point, we don't know the full extent of the damage in the Middle East Gulf. And there's very unlikely that we're going to snap perfectly back into what was that surplus environment prior. So we need to, grow supply elsewhere as well. So where is it going to come from? Really, outside of OPEC Plus, there's 5 countries right now that make up the vast bulk of non-OPEC Plus production growth. That's the United States and Canada,
I don't need that gun.
Guyana, Argentina, and Brazil. Those are the countries that combined are going to need to do a lot of heavy lifting in a future where we even get Hormuz reopened. Because again, to your point, there has been damage in the region to infrastructure, but we don't know the full extent of it because many of the Gulf monarchies are very, very tight-lipped about the full extent of damage. They don't want to be seen as weak and kind of losing any of this war. What we do know is that of the 13 million barrels a day of production, and then just for context, we're talking about a roughly 100 to 105 million barrel a day market. So give or take, 10 to 15% global supply hole. That shut-in production in the Gulf that's confirmed, we know that's currently offline. That mostly hasn't been damaged to our knowledge. What has been damaged to our knowledge is downstream infrastructure. So things like refineries, petrochemical facilities, and stuff like that. So I think one of the biggest telling pieces of information we're going to get is after Hormuz gets opened, and after we can get tankers back into the Gulf to start refilling so that these wells can restart, is
what's the daily number of barrels? Okay.
Exactly. Are they loading crude oil or are they loading diesel? Because if the refineries have been damaged, then they'll just be loading crude because they can't refine it domestically. And that's going to cause other problems down the line.
Hey, folks, don't forget to hit the subscribe button and check out our daily show. We do it every day at 12 p.m. Eastern for about 2.5 hours. We even take phone calls. You should check that out.
In the year since I've talked to him. So, and he started his own podcast or broadcast with interviews as well. So people can go check that out, but he can talk more about that. So Doug Kramer, are you there?
I am, and it's really good to see you again, man.
Awesome.
I can't believe we did it on September 11th. That's still blowing my mind.
I know, it's so strange. We should have redone this one. I'll put this out September 11th. Maybe not.
Yeah.
Anyway, we talked about a lot of stuff. We talked about kind of you being in Scientology, your experiences, how you got out, your family, your situation. I mean, where are you now? Like, you kind of change your thing. Like, I always think externally when you look at Scientology, you look at it a cult, but then from the inside, you're really in a secret society, and you have that on your YouTube. Can you talk about what it's like being inside, like you're in a secret society?
It's exactly like being born into this world. You have no other reference point. So I was born into, because real quick, one of the things that I realized after coming out of Scientology, because of what I learned by being programmed, is that I wasn't stupid. It's just brainwashing was ubiquitous. It was everywhere. So if someone wanted a frame of reference and they're starting to maybe think that there's a lot of propaganda and stuff hitting them around them, it's not dissimilar to that. So I felt like I was kind of 2 worlds back, you know what I mean? So being born in Scientology was like being born into a microcosm of the macrocosm. Because my family was into it, I did have another frame of reference, my man, up until like 9 or 10 years old, because that's when my dad got into it, and I started to get indoctrinated into it like right away. But I did have some point to go back to when I woke up out of it. I feel like I'm also drifting on the question that you asked. Could you hone me in a little bit and ask?
Well, I mean, you got in young. Your dad. We talked last time. Your dad kind of got you into it. You became involved, but you kind of feel like you're in a special clique. I would say, much like if you're in maybe some other groups where they really treat you special, but it's a secret society. So you're thinking in your mind, I've got something special nobody else has. Is that correct?
Okay, yeah, it's definitely like that. And that's a trip, because I don't look at Hubbard as an idiot, and I don't look at him like just some psychopath, even though he was, he didn't have a conscience. I realized he was a very clever man, because these techniques, like we were talking about a second ago, they're everywhere. And I was totally blind to any of this. So I know it looks stupid from the outside, but when we were in there, we were love bombed and boosted up. It seemed like we were being helped. I trusted L. Ron Hubbard once I got into it. And of course I trust my parents, because they're not trying to harm me. They went through the brainwashing process too. So I trust my dad, I didn't like Scientology. I knew something was wrong with it, but that outweighed the fact that my dad has to know what he's talking about. So very slowly, your ego grandification goes up and up and up. You start feeling special, and that also pulls you away from the real world, because now you're taught slowly to look down on people. So the more the ego goes up, the more you feel like you're in a secret society, and you feel like you're learning these secrets, because like I said, you're learning a technology kind of in a bad way that isn't taught to us in school. A lot of school is just brainwashing itself. So you just don't have any other frame of reference, right? So yes, my man, I felt super special. And that was one of the hardest things about getting out of it, William, is like trying to let go of the high and not being special and being brought down to size. And that actually was a really hard but really therapeutic process. I want to say real quick that a lot of the ex-Scientologist community people that speak out about it are ex-Sea Org, and I, as an ex-Scientologist, see that they haven't even started that process. It's the indoctrination's so powerful. They'll carry that Sea Org mentality. Almost the entire narrative is controlled by the Sea Org members, by the way. That's why I personally wanted to start talking about it, because I don't belong to that clique either. I don't belong to that narrative. I wanted to speak for all the people, and we'll have more people on because they're coming over, that actually can just say whatever they want to say about the experience. That brings us back to the point where you're so special and you're so convinced that you have something special. Unless you really deprogram, you're just going to still be that special person. You're just going to be out of the cult. You know what I mean? That's a good point you brought up, because that's one of the major things that keeps you in there, to give up that, and then when you get out, to give up that specialness. It's hard.
It's interesting, but I think that's a commonality in a lot of these cults is, come with us, you're in our clique, you're in our group, whether it's the Sea Org, which is like the specialty group within Scientology, you know. So that's it's something about the human condition that all of us really want to have. Like, so all these promises of the chosen or an insider, it's just really interesting how that works within Scientology. And you kind of see more like, I mean, I'm 52. Like, I've been through so many I haven't been through Scientology, but I've been through mind control situations where I mean, I've listened to the news and politicians who are really not much different than cult leaders, in my opinion, or even these political parties. Can you extrapolate your experience as a Scientologist to the larger outside world?
Dude, totally. I'm glad you asked that, because this is one of another disappointing part about coming out of the cult. William, I thought we, as ex-Scientologists, because of the amount of mind control that's in Scientology, like you said,
You like auto-played some other video. My robot's just out there fighting them. Demoralizing what? Oh, it's a star shard. Very good. That's good. Good gun, I think. Very good. Let's see. Yeah, the star shard jumped up right up quick. So I believe that actually tops this Tesla calibrated, unfortunately. But yeah, I believe it does. And so, because it's not that good of a gun. And yeah, Yeah, I think that's all good. And then I don't know what I want in the other one. It's gonna be... What's a dog fight? I've never heard of that before.
Emergency diagnostic.
Refinery meltdown imminent.
I don't know, I like the dog fight.
Fatal harm.
I like this gun. Let's soup it up and I mean, it is fairly high on the list in terms of value, actually. I don't know, this mag shot, it fucking fucks shit up. I don't think it's better. This dogfight, though, could go in number 8. I do like it. Let's use it for a little while. Ah, it was a spacesuit. I was hoping for something better, but that's alright. It's all good. It's all good. It's all good in the head. I'm gonna sell a bunch of aids and misc and resources now. I had decided that I don't want to build outposts. I think it's a waste of time in this game. I don't think, Let's see if I missed anything in there. Yeah, like that. The robot does look fucking sweet. He looks sweet. I think my backlight's getting slightly better. Oops. Oh, yep. I need to get my stuff out and actually fight this. When I'm learning to get the drones on the target, when you see the help bar move, get the drones on the next target. When you see the help bar move, get the drones on the next target. And then you can go AFK, because it's just like auto-farming at that point.
Evacuation.
It took me forever to figure that out for some reason. Because otherwise, if you just stick the first target, they don't go on to the next target. So you have to get them engaged on all 3 targets, which is so annoying. I feel like I should loot bodies here. There might be really good stuff on their bodies, but I mean, I don't really... I don't know. Let's see. There are some bodies and loot down here. We should probably check. Yeah, they have dogfights. Dogfights are cool. Yeah, see, that guy had something. Yeah, these things all have, what's it called? X tech, so... What are we fighting? I don't even see anybody. What the fuck are you? Where the fuck are you? I don't see anybody. Oh, there you are. God damn.
Warning. Refinery meltdown imminent. All personnel.
What? You kill me? Oh my god, you shouldn't have killed me. No. How far back do I have to go? Oh no, I didn't save, I don't think. Oh no, I did. I did. Okay, so good. Oh good, I did save. What the fuck was that? What? Who was shooting in here and where? Oh. I can't see him. This is a great gun. I like the dogfight. I don't care if it's not specialized yet. This is the gun I've been looking for where you can actually see the damn rounds. So, looking around here for other things. All these bodies are lucrative. Save.
Warning. Refinery meltdown imminent. Please proceed to the nearest exit.
X-Tech. Oh good, it's over. Yay. Okay. Damage. Damage and sick, and then I can go AFK. And I've done that wave.
Warning. Refinery meltdown imminent. Please evacuate to a minimum safe distance.
Cool. It's gonna blow up. I like the little space tales that they tell. It reminds me of being a kid.
Process complete.
Good one, Cora.
Thinking quick.
Hey, next time you should try it on.
Otherwise, human auxiliaries analysis is sound raising base level perception variable for auxiliary human. Programming beyond need for prey. Your support was. Data has been duplicated and stored. Let us continue mission. A smaller delay would be advantageous.
You cleared an incursion. Incursions are assaults by the Terran Armada. The Terran Armada blocks fast travel to and from locations with major incursions. To reach a major incursion, use cruise mode. If the major incursion is in another system, grab jump to any other location in that system, and then use cruise mode. Clear a major incursion to re-enable fast travel to and from that location. Your current ship might not be able to reach distant star systems. You need a ship with a grab jump range of 28 LY to reach the most isolated parts of the map. Grab jump range is influenced by the ship's grav drive, the ship's mass, and your astrodynamic skill, and I'm getting there. Oh, I got an achievement, huh? Lost Luxury. Complete Lost Luxury, okay. Alldayerrydaybaby for some reason. What's an Alldayerrydaybaby? Oh, into the void. Travel to the Alldayerrydaybaby system. Obtain a ship with a 28 LY grab jump range. Okay, travel to the Alldayerrydaybaby system. Anchor point in the Alldayerrydaybaby system. Into the void. So let's go ask the. Oh, I don't have any of that Twitch stuff up. I don't. Ooh, that's not too good. So Twitch, kick. I might have to restart my kick. Oh no, we're okay. So there we go. Twitch, kick, etc. So then, oh, Twitch. What's this? We have a more gifts. More gifts. Sub promo hours just added for your plan of permission today. Start the discount. 6 of 6 promos are ranging. Remaining. Promotion duration can last for 2 hours. That's start 48 per hour. I should start my promo. Cool. Oh, cool. They're gonna let me do a promo, huh? Okay, so okay, we target the next wave. We go till we see damage, and then we switch to the next target. And I'm learning, and it's a much faster AFK style that way, and I get the sights done. Yeah, and then we say it doesn't matter if they don't do the killing damage; they will in a minute. So, I want the new Google Gemini. Let's see. Starfield. I want the new Terran Armada, a vehicle that allows you to fly on the planets. How do I get it? How far in the Terran Armada story is it? Or can I go get it right now? Moonjumper. Unlike the which you can just find called the broadcasting station locations. The Hawking system or on Luna. From orbit, look for a house icon on the surface map. Once you land, look for a small outpost with a large silver radio tower. Oh, okay. Well, then let's go to Hawking or Luna. Okay, so we're doing that next. Well, no. Yes, I have to sell, which is, what is that? That's like, we're going to sell, which is going to be, what is it? Between Alpha Centauri and Narian is Wolf. Yeah, and in Wolf is the Den. What is Etheria Ruins? Go. Okay, next. AOC is right about Marjorie Taylor Greene. We need to talk about Joey Grafeka. We need to talk about Michael Hank. Ooh, new Nor Jasmine. Ooh, new AJ. New Sam Cedar from 10 minutes ago. I guess I'll give Adam McIntyre a swing, but I mean, I don't think I like the content he's talking about. We'll see, though. I am going to Wolf to the Den. I love this game.
Solid docking job there. Nice work.
Go till I see the damage. And then hit the other one. And then hit the other one. And I can AFK. That's everything, right? Yeah, I believe so. Okay. Alright, now we board. And fire it up. New Nora Jasmine. Removed from list. Oh no, it's Dingbats. They're crazy. Why do they look so evil and dumb? Why? Are you doing too much acid? That's why, huh? You met an acid dealer.
And bestow these blessings of hell upon it.
Oh my god, you're so stupid.
We're asking everyone to take care of any leeches on their ships. We don't want any terrible
Wait, so
stuff.
can I get something different here?
Got anything you need to offload? Trade it.
Maybe a different cockpit. I don't think it really matters. But in the builder, will you give me a different cockpit? Options. Redo, undo. Edit space. I don't know. Let's add something and see what the options are. There we go. Cockpits teed up. So, Phobos cockpit. I'm just gonna look. That's all. That's all I can do. Wow, the options were better at my house. Yeah. All right. So, yeah. What about upgrading? Can you do any upgrades to this thing or whatever? No, I don't think so. So, yeah. Worth a try. Oh, actually...
Anything I can help you with? Looks to me like you...
Alright, so... Go into probably Luna. I'll probably go to Luna.
Was there something you needed?
Yes, I would like to sell.
Certainly.
If I don't need these resources, I can just sell them. Or, well, no, that's not true. No, I do need these resources. I do. The resources are fine, so... But everything else, the MISC, yeah, everything in the MISC. All good for something. Okay, here's the new wave. There's damage. We're going to get damage on the second ship. Damage on the third ship. And I could just go AFK. There we go. The Advanced Solstice, yeah, but these guns, they're no good. It's a nice gun. It's a nice shotty, you know. It does do a lot of damage and stuff. But it's still not good enough. Spacesuit. Oh, no. Wait. Oh, did we buy him out? Yeah, we did. Wow. Did I really make 60 grand off him? Yes, I did. Why am I suddenly low? Oh, because somebody's here. Oh. I did not know. I didn't know. Nice, a wolf. Yeah, I did not have this. Nice. Yeah, right on. Good fight. Good fight. I did not know you were here. $20.80 resources, MISC, Genetag. Oh, I could sell that, huh? Genetag. Maybe I don't want to sell that though. The Genetag, where was it? EF. I think I might need that. So good. We bought him out, which was good. I will have to wait and sell to him again, but that's alright. That doesn't take that long. Try Slows. He seems like he stands out because he's an inexpensive. No, I think this guy is actually legit. It's cool. Okay. Oops. Maybe I need a booster.
I don't really like to hear the squealing animals.
I've noticed that politics and religion is kind of like, I don't know. They're kind of like show business for ugly people. I'm just saying.
In the cemeteries when they do their rituals, but they give me free vodka.
And so to cover up what I'd seen and what I'd been taking part in, I started taking drugs, which they provided. So that was another reason for staying at the Coven.
Dr. Aquino, the high priest
That was
of the
another
Church
reason.
of Set, Temple of Set. Temple of Set, also a
Temple of Set. Are you fucking serious? Like Robert E. Howard, Temple of Set. Are you talking about fucking Conan? You're talking about Conan, like Conan Exiles. Oh my God, you're talking about Conan. You're fucking such an idiot. It's Robert Howard, you idiot.
colonel.
It's another fucking sci-fi cult.
Interestingly enough, in the United States Army.
Why do you look like a sci-fi moron? You're so dumb.
Have you ever cursed anybody?
This guy's economy is weirdness, and not by weirdness, I mean being odd. Not even weird, really, just odd. They're just, like, completely odd. Okay, going back out into Lazy Tristan. Oh, while I'm here, I need to check and see if I need a booster. Nope. 3 hours it'll expire, but I mean, I'll probably be back by then. Wait, this has what now? No, not that Owl Ghost. So, ha. Alright, let's go. Oh, did I wait? I don't know. Let's go see.
How may the trade authority you will find a better one?
Okay, yeah, he's got credits again. I have to sell weapons. I don't like this weapon. I don't like how it fires. This modified dogfight, I'm gonna take it, even though I've got a. I thought I had one. Oh yeah, modified dogfight. No, this thing's a little higher value. Okay, well we'll sell these dogfights and we'll take that modified dogfight, and I will. Oh wait, MGP laser rifle, rare laser rifle. Leave that one too. Ballistic. I didn't like the ballistic rifle, but maybe the laser rifle's also really good. Side Star, ballistic rifle, tombstone. Exterminator MGP laser rifle, modified dogfight, ballistic rifle, MGP laser rifle. Laser rifle, lawgiver, calibrated, rattler, ripshank, combat knife. Very good. Cool, that was quite a lot more money. I'll be able to upgrade weapons too, which is also fucking sweet. Fucking sweet. So, this Arborn, I'm going to keep fucking turning it up. I'm tempted to take the scope off it and use it as a long rifle because it's so powerful. It one-shots everything. So if you can land a shot, it'll kill him. So this might be the, I mean, it's not might. It is the best weapon I have. Just like the dagger one-shots, this thing one-shots. The Star Shard is also going to one-shot. This thing is super good. This is going to be a really good weapon. I wonder what the action's like on it. The modified dogfight's good. We'll take that too. I'm using bad guns. Like this refined mag shot, it's not as good, I don't think, as some of the other things I have. Like the modified dogfight, I think that's actually better. Yeah, I'm fairly sure. And then the Star Shard. And then this laser rifle. I think it, no, yeah, this laser rifle, right? And we'll put the sniper on 8. The mag shot's dope, but don't get me wrong. It's a good fucking weapon, but it's not as good as all the rest of the stuff I have. So, I guess I sell you this mag
There's
shot.
anything
It's
I
a
can do for
shame.
you,
This is a
great.
truly
Say the word.
fucking good weapon.
Yes, of course.
But no, I'll just sell it. I mean, more good weapons will come along. So, yeah, it's a shame. You know, it's a nice refined thingy, but it's also its mag is worthless. So the mag is not big enough on that weapon. Okay, so that's my weapon sales. Let's save just because I've done a lot of
I'll be here when you
work
need
and
me.
stuff. There we
May I be
go.
of service?
Yes.
By all
Then
means.
autopilot out of here before somebody
Autopilot
attacks me.
engaged.
Yeah, we going back. So
Warping to Stargate.
sell
Warp drive active.
spacesuits, galvanized reagent stealth. Wow, Armada spacesuit. And apparel. Farming hat, Shardecklin hat. So, throwables, anything mines or pylons. We'll sell. Incend, impact, and shrapnel grenades, fragmentation mines, and 34 frag grenades, which is cool. I have a lot of grenades I can chuck while I'm in slow mode. And in terms of aid, I think I want to sort by weight, and I want to sell from the bottom. Yeah, I want to sell from the bottom, I think. Oh no, all the meds are on the bottom because they weigh the least. But right up around here, we start to get... Oh, no, you're selling downwards.
Jumping.
Stop. Could not complete transaction for whatever reason. Why can't you... What?
Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active.
I should sort. Sort by value. Lounge special. Why would you sell? Oh my god, you're stupid.
If there's anything I can do for you, certainly.
Approaching Stargate.
I'll sell those. I have 79 cans of beer, which does weigh me down. I don't care about food in particular.
Autopilot jumping.
This is, oh no, he's, oh, no, just load. So, but she was out of money. I've got to reset him again.
Warping to Stargate. Warp drive
I'll be
active.
here when you need me. Was there something you... Yes, of course.
What else was it? He's got 16 grand left. There, that's most of it, right? And then, yeah, some apparel. Throwables like mines and such. Cryo mines don't sell, huh? Mine, stun mine, gas mine. And aid, we want to sort by...
Approaching Stargate.
I guess it's like mass. There. I busted him out. Alright, so sit. Save.
Autopilot jumping.
That was my daily goal. Yeah. Opportunities. Rewards. 4.
Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active.
Oops, I meant to sit down for 24 hours, 48 hours. There we go. I need more money on this vendor. Because he buys stolen stuff. Oh. Hi, kitty. You want some lap? Yeah, you feeling like you want some lap? Hi. Oh, wait, hold on. Let me sit up. Oh. Move the camera a little bit. There we go. Okay, kitty, how about some lap? Get
Approaching
some lap.
Stargate.
Oh, my kitty. Hey. We're just gonna pet her and love her. Hello, sissy. Yeah, how you doing, sissy? You doing good? You doing okay? Okay. How you living? How you living, sissy? You doing good? You doing real good? Oh, take yourself some lap and purr. Get yourself some purr in the free world. Keep on purring in the free world.
Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active.
Keep on purring in the free world. Oops. Oh, my kitty. Oh, I hate the system that they did for this. It's so fucking stupid, like Bethesda themselves. Come on, man. Sit down for another 24 hours. You're dumb. Why are you like this, Bethesda? Okay.
Approaching Stargate.
I have really felt no need to, I would say.
Why do you make your eyebrows look like Satan horns, you fucking idiot?
Because events seem to adjust themselves to...
The fucking idiots is sort of elusive in the wild. You won't always see them. Eventually you will.
my satisfaction without my having to resort to that.
But in San Francisco, we discovered that Michael Aquino is not all he seems. For a start, he's a lieutenant colonel in the U.S. Army and a specialist in psychological warfare, holding a top secret
Nobody is a specialist in psychological warfare.
military security clearance.
Law enforcement have arrested 22-year-old Tyler Robinson in connection with the shooting death of conservative activist Charlie Kirk. Kirk's widow, Erica,
Wait,
says
what?
Turning Point USA is going to continue.
Why did Charlie Kirk come into this?
Continue holding events on college campuses despite this tragedy.
The movement my husband built will not die.
Approaching
It won't.
Stargate.
I refuse to let that happen. And I have candid.
The money flowing is too good. I'm just saying. Keep on rocking in the
Autopilot
free
jumping.
world. Oh, she's such a good kitty. Yeah, we love this kitty.
It's a little surprising, isn't it? Out here
May I
on
be
the
of
edge
service?
of UC space.
Yes, of course.
Warping to Stargate. Warp drive.
Ooh, he's got a
active.
mag storm. I will definitely have to buy that. But I have 200,000 ISK. I mean, yeah, buy that mag storm. That's a superior weapon. I'm fairly sure. 50 MI. I got 1,400 rounds for it. Yeah, that's a superior weapon. You got anything better? I mean, the mag storm is superior than most of the weapons I have.
Approaching Stargate.
Good to see you.
Anyways.
Yes, of course.
Weapons. So, I want to sell stuff like aid.
Autopilot jumping.
Oh, Udon, Veg Runner.
Warping to Stargate. Warp drive
I've been
active.
carrying too much food for far too long. Look at all this shit, it just keeps on going.
Approaching Stargate.
Okay, we're down. Good, get out. Save. I wanna, I should have been looking ammo each time, ammo meds each time that I reset them, and I didn't, which is stupid. But anyways, I'm looking for med packs.
Autopilot jumping.
Heart plus is always good. I wouldn't mind amp either. You got amp. No. Looking for heart plus Med kits. No med kits. I'm gonna look for emergency. No emergency. Okay. Ammo, he's got 45 in my array. I think I'll just buy him out because I'm experiencing sort of like low ammo problems. Ooh, that's expensive, but in this way I won't run out of fucking ammo. So buy, sell, spacesuits, apparel, notes, and misc.
Approaching Stargate.
Sell from Shieldbreaker. Sell. Alliance space helmet, huh? Spacesuit. Oh, reactive mantis. No, we don't want to sell that. And you want to go outside? Okay, I'm gonna come. Yeah, I'll let you out. Okay, I'm coming.
Autopilot jumping.
Tilt this sideways like that. Go outside. You are permissive of dating. I will see you later.
Warping to Stargate.
Ooh, it smells like
Warp
house.
drive active.
Yeah. I think I'm done with this fan now.
Approaching Stargate. Autopilot jumping.
I have X-Tech.
Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active.
Oh, 11 X-Tech. I'm going to keep that on me. Okay, this was good. We sold all of our stolen stuff, and my weight's down significantly from like 600 to 200 because I had too much food, too much shit. So, let's see what else. Do my best with some personal questions.
Logging emotional prior to physical. Now, log correction. Correct. Counterpoint. Doctor, mistake generation. Accessing delta data drop. Predominantly. Example. Machine and machine 500 newtons. Human 400. Lacking modification. Unable.
Approaching Stargate.
Incorrect. Flesh possesses impossible desire. Confirmed. Incorrect. Enjoyment irrelevant. Additionally, able to prove. Correct. Counterpoint. Upon frame failure. Noted.
Autopilot jumping.
Logging body language for further analysis.
Only a matter of time before
Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active.
Dad, have you ever tried Aurora?
Well, not in a long time, sweetheart. Not since
Big Captain. What was it like?
Terrible. It was terrible. You stay away from that stuff, Cora. Trust me, it's the worst.
Approaching Stargate.
Why couldn't Star Citizen be good?
Miss Owens claiming I murdered my husband.
Want ads for dead bodies, articles advocating sacrificial murder, and is the platform for Michael Aquino's new British recruiting drive.
Autopilot
We have a copy of the
jumping.
police report, and the child appears to have identified you.
That's not true.
Mr. Bray, we'd like to talk to you about the business you conduct and about the
kinds of activities you've provoked. We'd like to talk to you about articles promoting murder, witchcraft, advertisements calling for dead bodies. What a pathetic display.
A brief history of time. If you find any addition, any at all, I will be your friend
Got my attention.
forever.
Oh, wait, no, I have other stuff I
Today,
need to
I
do.
want to talk about Michael Aquino. Michael Aquino was a political scientist, a
Nora
US
Jasmine.
PsyOp, which is Psychological Operations Specialist, and a Satanist. I made a video where I mentioned him briefly. I don't even remember what that video was, but I do remember his eyebrows. Okay, they stuck with me. And I remember being like, this guy seems like a character. I probably should look into him. Well, Michael Aquino himself described his eyebrows as diabolical. He said that the reason why he groomed his eyebrows into sort of horns, really, quote, to be scary and unsettling. And he wanted to present this image as a form of psychological dominance. And this is the guy who wrote a paper in the military about PsyOp and mind war, as he called it.
Yay,
His
barrel
boss,
mods.
who asked him to write this paper, is on the advisory board of Turning Point USA. I don't know if you've heard of it. I don't know if you've been hearing about this drama. There's this YouTuber, Candace Owens. I'm sure you've heard of her. And then she's got this whole beef going.
And I have Candace Owens claiming I murdered my husband. And the list goes on and on and on.
Man, it's just not, the performance of all of this is not good.
Charlie Kirk, who was the founder of Turning Point USA, who was assassinated, and his wife is Erica Kirk, and his friend is Candace Owens, and they're sort of having this thing because people are speculating about whether it could be a PsyOp. Every time there's something huge that happens and everyone's talking about it, there's always people that are like, it's a PsyOp, it's a PsyOp. And so when I found out that the guy who was part of this paper about PsyOp is now with Turning Point USA, and the guy who wrote the paper is Michael Aquino. Michael Aquino himself was accused of
Ooh, I can really mod all my weapons. That's gonna be good. And I got some money to upgrade to. This one blocked by rank 1 weapon engineer. Rank 2. No, blocked by rank 3 weapon engineering. I'll have to get that. But I've got all the materials to do all of these, though, which is cool.
Docking permission requested. Docking request denied. Docking permission requested. Autopilot disabled. Warp drive active.
This was the whole, almost like most of the list, which is cool. That's gonna really open up like modding my weapons. Oh, cheese. Unfortunately. That's good though. That's a big change. That's a big positive change. Save. Okay, so then I have not slept in a while, and I want to sleep because of the XP bonus and my wife. I guess that would be here. This robot does look cool. He looks fucking cool. I'm gonna use him as a companion in the future. All right, let's go in.
Warp drive active.
Maybe I'm only down like dim TV screen for like a day. I'll leave it unplugged for like 12 hours when I sleep or whatever, and hopefully that fixes it. I like Nora Jasmine. I think she's so good.
And there was all this shit going on at the time known as the Satanic Panic. And people say that in itself is a psyop. And so I want to do what I usually do on my channel, which is I want to give you guys the facts, and then we'll discuss the theories, and then you can decide for yourself. So to understand everything, we really need to talk about Michael Aquino first. So the whole thing started on October 16th, 1946 in San Francisco when a demon baby was born. And, you know, kind of literally. And this demon baby was named Michael A. Aquino Jr. Michael Aquino was said to be quite a smart child. And, you know, demon babies usually are. And then in 1964, he graduated from high school. He was an Eagle Scout graduate of Santa Barbara High School. And then he enrolled at the University of California, Santa Barbara. And that's where he got his bachelor's degree in political science. Me too. Always throw that in there because some of you guys are like, you have a tinfoil hat, like stick to makeup. You don't know what you're talking about. Actually, I do. Okay. They say there's a fine line between genius and insanity. And I'm not saying I'm a genius. I'm saying I'm insane. He was also an ROTC, United States Army Distinguished Military Graduate. And so this was in 1968 when he graduated. From there, Michael Aquino very quickly, they say, specialized in psychological warfare. 1968 is also when he meets the head of the Church of Satan, and this guy's called Anton LaVey.
That hate is necessary in a controlled way just as much as love is necessary. People that are in my group are professional people, they're business people, they're people that are from very responsible walks of life.
Michael Aquino meets the head of the Church of Satan in 1968 at a screening of the movie Rosemary's Baby, which if you haven't seen that movie, oh my God, I've seen that movie and it's like pretty insane considering the allegations that are going to come out. But anyway, then in 1969, Michael Aquino reportedly had some sort of like mental breakdown where he almost took his own life and he was in despair and all this stuff. And then he finds this ad that's in the newspaper. It's this underground newspaper called Berkeley Barb, and it's for this satanic circle that's at Anton's Black House. So he goes and attends this satanic circle. Michael Aquino has several books, and in one of them he writes about this. He says, at that point, Anton LaVey said, where there is no meaning, we ourselves can create it. Thus, we are not creatures, but creators. We are gods. It took me a long time to understand the full implications of such a hypothesis, but even in its most immediate sense, it was a philosophical lifeline. And so him hearing that they are gods and they created their own reality and all of that kind of like pulled him out of his despair, made him feel like he was powerful. His wife that he married was a Mormon. And so after this, he decides, okay, I'm going to live. And then they go back to Fort Bragg and they decide, you know what, we want to join the Church of Satan. So they send their like applications and Anton LaVey accepts them and they are now part of the Church of Satan. Shortly after that, in 1970, is when Michael Aquino goes to Vietnam. And he talks about what he did in Vietnam. This is what he said. He said that they did experiments to disorient Viet Cong and North Vietnamese soldiers by using amplified sounds, sometimes complete with demonic screams blaring from helicopters flying over their heads. He says, I had taken with me a copy of John Milton's epic, Paradise Lost, which I considered then, as now, one of the most exalted statements of Satanism ever written. In early 1970, I took pen in hand and during the moments when I was not occupied with military responsibilities, at the time I was based in the village of Lai Khe, directing PSYOP teams for the 1st Infantry Division, I began to write a reinstatement of certain themes from Paradise Lost. It was hardly an ivory tower meditation. I wrote in old bombed-out buildings dating from the French occupation, in helicopters, in tents, and in the midst of underbrush. Part of the text of the Statement of Beelzebub had to be reconstructed from notes at one point when an incoming rocket blew a packet of papers and the storage room holding them to atoms. Often I would be interrupted from my musings by the sudden necessity to dive for a sandbagged bomb shelter. Slowly but inevitably, however, the manuscript crept towards completion. I say inevitably because I began to develop a most peculiar feeling about it. As I wrote the sequential passages, I seemed to sense, rather than determine, what they should say. And if I penned words or phrases that didn't fit, I would experience continual irritation and impatience until I had replaced them with the correct combination. It was as though the text had a life of its own. Basically, he was like alluding to the fact that, maybe he was like a revelation from the devil himself, the Prince of Darkness, as he calls him. And then in 1970, after he finished this Diabolicon, is what he called that, he sent it to Anton LaVey, and Anton LaVey loved it, was very impressed. And then when he returns back from Vietnam, he's like rises up through the ranks of the Church of Satan very quickly. And by 1971, he is Magister Caverns of the 4th degree within the church. And he became the editor of the publication known as the Cloven Hoof. And he sat on the governing council of 9. He became very, very close with Anton LaVey and was seen as like his right-hand man. And the thing with Anton LaVey was he was like a showman and very theatrical, and Michael Aquino liked that. They were also very much reaching out to people in Hollywood, like Sammy Davis Jr. Apparently it was Michael Aquino who brought him in. He joined Jane Mansfield, and at the time, it was kind of like seen as this cool, edgy thing in Hollywood.
Okay, I'm going to get some lunch. I'll be right back. I believe I'll mix a drink too.
To be part of the Church of Satan, because you would get this card and they were like, basically, celebrities were joining just to get the membership card and then flash them at parties being like, look, I'm part of the Church of Satan, and people are like, what? And then you like at the party pull out your membership to Church of Satan. Everyone's like, oh my God, like far out, man. It also gave them publicity and more members, and you would pay if you became a member. There were dues and stuff, and so they really embraced the whole like Hollywood thing. But by 1975 they would actually have a major disagreement on how the church should be operating, because in 1975 is when Michael Aquino found out that Anton LaVey was planning on selling the levels of degrees and initiations. So like whereas before you would have to be initiated to different degrees to rise up the ranks, like how Michael Aquino did by having some revelation from a book and doing whatever. Now, Anton LaVey was going to just sell them. So the more money you had, the more you can afford, you could just fast track up your way up in the church. And Michael Aquino disagreed with that. He was like, I know we're having money issues, but like this compromises everything we believe in. And so that is when Michael Aquino decided to leave the church. According to Michael Aquino, it was midsummer 1975. Like some midsummer of Sam, this was midsummer of Satan, or Setian, because what happened was he did this ritual to connect with Satan, and not Satan appeared, but Set appeared, and that's the real Satan. And this is what he said. He said that Set told him that he no longer wished to be known by the adulterated Hebrew Satan, but by his proper name Set, which is the Egyptian god of storms and the desert, usurper and murderer of his brother Osiris. Michael Aquino says that Set possessed him, and through this possession and the process of automatic writing, this book was revealed to him, the Book of Coming Forth by Night. And this is a play on this ancient Egyptian text, which was the Book of Coming Forth by Day, also known as the Book of the Dead, which is this book of rituals and spells and like funeral rites that was from ancient Egypt. So Aleister Crowley is another like a black magician, or whatever you want to call it, occultist, and he wrote this book called The Book of the Law. And Michael Aquino was heavily influenced not only by Anton LaVey and the Church of Satan, but also by Aleister Crowley. And so in this new book that Satan was possessing him and writing through it, he basically was like, I gave the revelation to Aleister, then I gave it to Anton, then I gave it to you with the Diabolicon, and now I'm giving you the last and final one.
The legacy of the priesthood of Set. In the Diabolicon of the Age of Satan is recounted the primeval sundering of the cosmos.
This is when he says that he's going to create the Temple of Set.
This is the Temple of Set. The temple is the only international satanic religious institution fully recognized by the United States government.
Editing me here, yes, I look like shit. I have that right. My face is peeling. It will continue to peel throughout this video. Long story. Anyway, the point is, I just really needed to come in here and let you know that I forgot to mention that they're tax exempt. They became tax exempt in 1975. You know, why not? The Scientologists are tax exempt, and they went and bullied the IRS into it. So, you know, who are we to judge? I'm just telling you. Thank you. Satan is now known as Set, and his followers are known as Setians, okay, of the Temple of Set. And a lot of what he did with the Temple of Set is based on the Church of Satan. There's a lot of similar things with the degrees, but a lot more Egyptian terminology and like pylons instead of groups. And the temple, so is basically like he took the Church of Satan, mishmashed it with the Set and that stuff from Egypt and made it his own.
I forgot it was from Egypt.
And it worked. He was able to recruit people who were followers of Anton to his church and tell them like that was.
I remember Horus and Ra and a few other Egyptian gods, but I didn't really follow it. I didn't really have an obsession with Egyptian stuff. And so I don't remember all that stuff. I forgot that Set was an Egyptian god. I thought it was some reference to fucking Robert E. Howard, which wouldn't have surprised me.
Was corrupted and his money hungry.
So he was still alive when these guys were young.
And like, I'm the real deal now. And so a lot of them came and joined his church, and because he was in the military and stuff, they were other members of the military. And this is where it kind of gets conspiratorial, because the fact that there were military and intelligence people who joined the Temple of Set, it started rumors that like there was a satanic sort of faction of the government that was like using their power and influence to.
That is correct.
Like further the cause of their personal beliefs type shit. According to historians, they say that Michael Aquino had an obsession with getting back at Anton LaVey. So this is the quote, okay? It says, Aquino displayed an obsession with LaVey after his departure from the church, for instance, by publicly releasing court documents that reflected negatively on his former mentor, among them restraining orders, divorce proceedings, and a bankruptcy filing. He considered himself the greatest black magician of his generation, and in his teachings, he said there were two kinds of magic, white magic and black magic, and he described white magic as, quote, a highly concentrated form of conventional religious ritual, and that it was less difficult and less dangerous than black magic. And then he said black magic, there were two kinds, lesser black magic and greater black magic. And he said that lesser black magic was stage magic, psychodramas, propaganda, and politics. And greater black magic was changes in the subjective universe of the magician, allowing them to realize their self in accordance with the principle
Moron.
of Kefir. And it's spelled Zephyr, and that's like his website, which is an Egyptian hieroglyph of a scarab.
Oh my god, you're not Egyptian, you idiot. You're a white guy. Oh my god. Scandalous.
Self-deification, like basically becoming a god yourself. Instead of worshiping Satan, that is, you become your own deity. And that's greater black magic. The lesser black magic is propaganda. And remember, he's the greatest black magician of all time. And we're leading up to this mind war psyop document. This is where the shit gets interesting, because we have this document, this paper, and it is a colonel. His name is Paul Vallely, He was commander of the 7th PSYOP group, and he asked Major Michael Aquino, who was the headquarters PSYOP research and analysis team leader, to draft a paper that would encourage fresh and innovative ideas concerning PSYOP's evaluation. Michael Aquino wrote this paper about PSYOP and stuff in the military in 1980. The thing with this document is that it was never supposed to come
The
out.
men who stare
It
at
was
goats.
accidentally declassified, they said, and that it had been circulating within niche communities for decades. But when the internet came around in the late 90s and early 2000s, and then we had, you know, what happened on 9/11, one of the co-authors, the other guy who I told you is on the advisory board of Turning Point USA, when he came out and was speaking after 9/11.
Joining us in Washington, D.C. is Major General Paul Vallely. He's Deputy Commander of the U.S. Army. He's getting daily updates from the White House.
The National Security Team is huddled now at Camp David, putting together a campaign plan, then which will lend itself to an operational plan. And part of that plan then will be designating the targets out there and prioritizing those targets. The missiles that are being developed by Iraq and Iran, which nuclear weapon can be put on them. And the American people should know that's true. That's why missile defense is absolutely critical. Saddam Hussein is one of the biggest criminals in that multi-state organization that's been set up. So it's very important that action be taken against him. That regime has to be removed. We should have done it during the Desert Storm, and we didn't do it. And now we're probably paying some price for that. But that's in hindsight. We have to look to the future, but that's a regime that has to go.
There were people at the time who wondered if it was a PSYOP to get people to go to war or something like that. The people who knew about this document put it online, and then it started circulating online after 9/11, and then in 2003 it was officially re-released because all these conspiracy theories were going around with this new introduction by Michael Aquino. What I'm going to do, I want to read you part of this introduction that he wrote in 2003, and then I want to read you the actual parts of the actual paper because it's crazy. He says, the advantage of mind war is that it conducts wars in non-lethal, non-injurious, and non-destructive ways. Essentially, you overwhelm your enemy with argument. You seize control of all of the means by which his government and populace process information to make up their minds, and you adjust it so that those minds are made up as you desire. He says, while in the 1980s, I had no reason to think that this paper had any official effect upon U.S. PSYOP doctrine within or beyond the Army, it was with some fascination that I saw specific of its prescriptions applied during the first Gulf War, and recently, even more obviously, during the 2003 invasion of Iraq. In both instances, extreme PSYOP was directed both against the object of the attack and upon U.S. domestic public perception and opinion. In 2003, to the extent of embedding journalists with military units to inevitably channel their perspectives and perceptions. So he is saying that, yes, they did use PSYOP to convince people to go to war in 2003. So this is the actual original document now that I'm going to read you parts from 1980. And it's entitled, From PSYOP to Mind War, The Psychology of Victory. And he says, LTC John Alexander's military review article in support of psychotronics, which is Intelligence and Operational Employment of ESP, was decidedly provocative. Psychotronic research is in its infancy, but the U.S. Army already possesses an operational weapon systems designed to do what LTC Alexander would like ESP to do, except that this weapon system uses existing communications media. It seeks to map the minds of neutral and enemy individuals and then to change them in accordance with U.S. national interests. It does this on a wide scale, embracing military units, regions, nations, and blocks. In its present form, it is called Psychological Operations, PSYOP. Does PSYOP work? Had the question been asked in 1970, the answer would have been that PSYOP works very well indeed. On the other hand, we lost the war, not because we were outfought, but because we were out PSYOP'd. Our national will to victory was attacked more effectively than we attacked that of the North Vietnamese and Viet Cong. And perception of this fact encouraged the enemy to hang on until the United States finally broke and ran for home. So our PSYOP failed. It failed not because its principles were unsound, but rather because it was outmatched by the PSYOP of the enemy. The Army's efforts enjoyed some impressive successes, but our own PSYOP did not really change the minds of the enemy populace.
Stop saying
Nor did it
PSYOP.
defend the U.S. populace at home against the propaganda of the enemy. And it reminds me of like that clip where, I forget her name, is it like Hanoi Hannah or something like that, where she's like, GI, your government has abandoned you. GI.
Government has abandoned you. They have ordered you to die. GI, do not trust them.
GI.
Defect. GI. It is a very
GI
good
defect.
idea to leave a sinking ship. They lie to you, GI. You know you cannot win this war. Your rich leaders grow richer while you die in the swamp, GI. Your
It's true.
government lies to you every day, poor soldier. GI,
Poor
your
soldier.
airplanes bomb your own men.
GI.
You are not safe here. The skies are dangerous, GI. They will never help you tonight. GI, your helicopters fall from the sky like broken birds. GI, your government has betrayed you. They do not care about you.
It's true.
They will give you a medal, GI, but only after you are dead.
Anyway, so he goes on to say, furthermore, the enemy's PSYOP was so strong that it, not bigger armies or better weapons, overcame all of the Cobras and Spookies and ACAVs and B-52s we fielded. The lesson is not to ignore our own PSYOP capability, but rather to change it and strengthen it so it can do precisely that kind of thing to our enemy in the next war. The first thing it is necessary to overcome is a view of PSYOP that limits it to routine, predictable, over-obvious, and hence marginally effective leaflet and loudspeaker applications. It needs to be more insidious. I'm saying the insidious thing. So let us begin with a simple name change. We shall rid ourselves of the self-conscious, almost embarrassed concept of psychological operations. In its place, we shall create mind war. The term is harsh and fear-inspiring, like his eyebrows, and so it should be. It is a term of attack and victory, not one of the rationalization and coaxing and conciliation. The enemy must be offended by it. That is quite all right as long as he is defeated by it. Mind war is the deliberate, aggressive convincing of all participants in a war that we will win that war. It is deliberate in that it is planned, systemic, and a comprehensive effort involving all levels of activity, from the strategic to the tactical. It is aggressive because opinions and attitudes must be actively changed from those antagonistic to us to those supportive of us if we are to achieve victory. We will not win if we content ourselves with countering opinions and attitudes instilled by enemy governments. We must reach the people before they resolve to support their armies, and we must reach these armies before our combat troops ever see them on the battlefield. So talk about preemptive. I want you to remember this when we go later on and start talking about the events and what happened before his accusations and the tone that was set. Mind war must reach out to friends, enemies, and neutrals alike across the globe through the media possessed by the United States, which have the capability to reach virtually all people on the face of the earth. And this is very important. This is what a lot of people talk about with regards to the media being complicit in mind war or psyops, because they're going to talk about in this paper how important the U.S. media is to creating this. And so keep that in mind. These media are, of course, the electronic media, television, and radio. Mind war must target all participants if it is to be effective. It must not only weaken the enemy, it must strengthen the United States. It strengthens the United States by denying enemy propaganda access to our people and by explaining and emphasizing to our people the rationale for our national interest in a specific war. This is where people are talking about, oh, this isn't just something they use on the foreign enemy or whatever. This is something they do domestically as well, which technically is illegal. And in this paper, he acknowledges that and says the way that we bypass this is by, like, we're saying the truth. So it's not propaganda. If we're just giving them, government-sponsored truth, that's not propaganda. But then also there's this like qualifier later on where he's like, and the truth is something that, we may not necessarily know. Well, let me just say it in their words. Okay, so he says, under existing United States law, PSYOP units may not target American citizens. That prohibition is based upon the presumption that propaganda is necessarily a lie or at least a misleading half-truth, and that the government has no right to lie to the people. And so it must be axiomatic of mind war that it always speaks the truth. Its power lies in its ability to focus recipients' attention on the truth of the future as well as that of the present. The truth of the future, so this is a prediction. This isn't really an established truth. It is an assumption. It is, you know what I'm saying, the truth of the future? That's called a prediction. A prediction can't be true because it hasn't happened yet. You know what I'm saying? So it's a little loophole. Mind war thus involves the stated promise of the truth that the United States has resolved to make real if it is not already so. Unlike PSYOP, mind war has nothing to do with deception or even with selected and therefore misleading truth. Rather, it states a whole truth that, if it does not now exist, will be forced into existence by the will of the United States. When Michael Aquino wrote this, he was like a high-ranking member of this temple of Set, where he is a magician and manifester and creating reality. And in this paper, he's talking about how it's not propaganda if we expose it to the American public, because it's a truth that we are saying will happen in the future, which is kind of like manifesting, right? It's kind of like this concept of magic, of he's creating his reality in the future. And so I just thought that was pretty interesting. Why does one believe one television newsman more than another, even though both may report the same headlines? The answer is that there is rapport in the former case, and that it is a rapport which has been recognized and cultivated by the most successful broadcasters. Remember this rapport thing when we talk about this newscaster who died, and people think it's suspicious because he was like very big on the case, and the most that we'll get into it, but just remember that they talked here about the importance of particular newscasters and the rapport they have and how believable they are. Now, this part was really crazy to me because it's talking about frequency and stuff, and this is in 1980, right? So he says here, there are some purely natural conditions under which minds may become more or less receptive to ideas, and mind war should take full advantage of such phenomena.
Stop saying mind war.
Atmospheric electromagnetic activity, air ionization, and extremely low frequency waves. So like, these things will make someone more receptive to information. And that was in the 80s. Imagine what they have now. This right here is what a lot of people
I need a
reference
sniper.
and consider this like smoking gun when they start saying something is a PSYOP, because it's not like they don't do that. Now, whether each particular instance that people think is a PSYOP actually is or not is hard to tell. But you can't rule out that it's an option. The same year that this paper was written, something happened. There's this book that was published, and it's called Michelle Remembers. And this is thought to be the first rumblings of this SRA, as it would be known, or satanic ritual abuse, where people would say that they were abused in these horrific ways as part of a satanic ritual. And so this book came out in November of 1980. Also in 1980 is when Michael Aquino internally wrote this paper about PSYOP and mind war. And so I tried to find the exact date of when this paper was written. I could not find it. Like, was it before the book or after the book? I couldn't find it. Although what I was able to find, because I was wondering if like this was in response to that book or if he knew about it. And what we do know is that the book was actually released in 1980, but these interviews were being conducted and there was talk about it for years leading up to it. So it is possible, if he was in this satanic circle and aware of what's going on in the media, and we know he was like involved in Hollywood and with actors and stuff, if he would have heard of this book and could have preemptively done that, I don't know whether he knew it or not. Also in 1980 is when Michael Aquino gets his PhD in political science from the University of California, Santa Barbara. He also worked as an adjunct professor at Golden Gate University while he was serving at the Presidio of San Francisco, where he was an active guard reserve officer. So he had a degree, he was a professor, and he was still serving. He was a reserve officer as well as doing liaison stuff and also doing stuff for NATO. And so in October of 1982, as part of his work for NATO, he was doing these tours of military installations around Europe. And one of these was this castle in Germany that was like the ceremonial headquarters for the Nazi SS. Wewelsburg Castle, this particular castle, is where like the SS and Heinrich Himmler had this room where they performed ceremonies. And so he went there to visit it and perform a satanic ritual.
On this altar is one of a number of daggers, which we may use in our rituals. This one happened to belong to the commanding general of the most elite unit of Germany's infamous SS, which was concerned with black magic and occultism research in general. Our comrade in the Leibstandarte Theodor Wisch, Brigadeführer, a major general in the Waffen SS. And on its blade, it bears the inscription, Mein Ehre heißt Treu, or my honor shall be known by my faithfulness.
Later on, when people found out, they accused him of being like a Nazi sympathizer, and he responded and said, quote, "I'm fascinated by the lessons to be learned from the Nazi experience, but not blinded by their excesses." These rituals that he would do, they were called workings, and so there was the Wewelsburg working, and he did a solitary ritual, so nobody else apparently was with him. He said the reason why he did this was to, quote, reclaim the occult power that the Nazis misused, like that he believed there was some sort of powerful energy there that they were able to harness, but that they used it for evil. And he, I guess, was going to use it for good? Question mark? I don't know. Question mark. As a result of this, he created this order, which was Order of the Trapezoid. It used to exist with the Church of Satan that he was a part of, but then he started Temple of Set, and he created Order of the Trapezoid, which was an exclusive group within Temple of Set, where they were like knights. This order had a symbol, and it was the shape of the trapezoid, pitchfork, and the number 666 in there. The mark of the beast. Naughty jungle of love. No, devil man.
No! Devil man 666, the mark of the beast! Naughty! Naughty jungle of love!
Anyway. The doctor said I need a brachiotomy.
Doctor said I need a brachiotomy.
Hey.
Doctor says I need a brachiotomy.
Hey. Tighten up. I need you to tighten up. Talk to me and you. Me and you. Me and you. Me and you. Okay? Tighten up. Because it's about to get fucked up right now. No more references. So that happened in 1982. 1983, there is this accusation about some horrific stuff that went down at a daycare in California. And this is the McMartin daycare case. The first accusation was made by a woman who would later be discredited as having mental illness, basically making things up. And so the root of all of this would be based in someone who was discredited, okay? And this is the part that people mention could be all part of the psyop, right? Is, remember how he talks about starting it before the war comes or whatever? So if he felt like there might be accusations coming towards him, he wanted to set the stage, theoretically we're speaking here. This mother made allegations against the owners of the McMartin preschool in Manhattan Beach, California, as well as the teachers there and the child care workers. And the accusations were outrageous. We're talking animal sacrifices, we're talking just violent, horrific things done to the kids sexually, then torture of animals and making the children watch, and just very graphic, pretty much whatever you could think of as being the most vile, horrific thing. By 1984, 400 children had been interviewed, okay? And out of those 400, they determined that 384 children had been subject to some form of this abuse, and that this was going on for decades, and that the reason why it was kept secret for so long is because the children were scared into silence by being made to witness their abusers, like torturing and sacrificing animals in front of them and telling them, this is like what we're going to do to your parents if you tell. And so that's how they were able to stay silent. But then someone finally spoke out, and that mom, who then was determined to be mentally ill, was the one who finally broke it. And then the parents started talking, and then there was all this stuff going on with how they got these confessions and whether or not it was legitimate, and whether they were led to or coerced into admitting things that didn't actually happen. They ended up having these kids being interviewed by this woman who would be known as the puppet lady.
The evidence of abuse was largely developed by social worker T. McFarland, who used puppets to get the children, who were between the ages of 2 and 6, to reveal what had happened.
The child identified Raymond Bucky, McMartin's grandson, as his assailant.
I talked to my children. They denied that there was a problem. And then Key McFarland, God bless her, got it out of him with puppets.
Do you know that sometimes secrets are hard to keep inside?
A lot of people say that she was leading questions, and that the kids basically felt like they were supposed to say this happened to them, that they initially said no, and that they were pressed over and over again. And given the information, did they do this specifically, blah, 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 until the kids said yes. And that the kids felt like this was never going to end unless they agreed to it. And so essentially this method elicited false confessions and also implanted, they say, false memories. And this was like huge at the time because it changed the way that they do interviews now with kids. It also changed the perception of like whether kids tell the truth. Now there's a lot of like, oh, maybe they're being implanted with memories and stuff like that. This was like such an insane trial as well, because it was the most expensive trial in American history. And again, people wonder if this was part of the psyop to make this seem like such a horrible thing that happened, so that if anyone tried to make these accusations again, they would be like, no, the last time we did this, it was crazy. You had all these kids traumatized. We spent all this money, and it turned out to be all lies. So the next time someone might accuse someone else of this, which is what would happen with Michael Aquino, people would be primed to be like, okay, yeah, sure, yeah, they did satanic stuff. You know what I mean? Is what people think. But what really did happen is that all these arrests were made. The owner of the school, her son, the teachers, and there was also talk about why they didn't split the case up. They ended up charging everyone at the same time in the same trial, which is what made it go on for so long and cost so much, which is not how they typically do stuff.
It's the longest and most expensive criminal trial in U.S. history. There have been suggestions that it never needed to take place. That's our story tonight.
To take any case and charge 300 counts, 42 victims, and put it all into one case is just more than the system can digest. The case could have been broken up into smaller parts. I think it was done deliberately for political reasons, to advance the political career of the prosecutor who initiated this case.
Glenn Stevens claimed there was no evidence. He later sold his story to a Hollywood producer.
So that was also weird. Like, why are we doing this? And then it spread like wildfire. There were other accusations from other daycares. It happened like throughout the years, while this trial went on for 7 years, other daycares were accused of the same thing. And it seemed like there was almost this like epidemic of satanic ritual abuse that was going on in all of these daycares across the country, like almost like some virus that was spreading. And so by 1986, though, it was now Presidio daycare that was on the chopping block. Now it is November 1986, and there is a teacher. His name is Gary Hambright, and he gets accused of SAing children that were at the Child Development Center on the Army base known as the Presidio. This is the Army base that Michael Aquino worked at. And basically, the accusations were that there was something like this satanic ritual abuse that was going on at this child care, daycare at Presidio. And here you have Michael Aquino, who is a Satanist, and he's also now being implicated in this, as well as that teacher, Gary. So the FBI, the San Francisco Police Department, and the FBI, they start an investigation. And the allegations were awful. Like they were saying that it was all to create, corn, children of the corn, if you know what I'm saying, and all the horrible, violent things sexually and with animals and all that kind of stuff. Now, with the Martin case, the physical evidence that parents talked about were these rashes that the kids had in their genital area, right? And that they at first thought maybe it could be like a diaper rash or some sort of allergic reaction. But once these accusations were made, a lot of the parents felt like that was connected to that. However, what I found to be very disturbing was in the Presidio case, there were children at this daycare who tested positive for STDs, like chlamydia. So how do kids get chlamydia? Some of the kids said that they were taken from the daycare center to another place, and they all described this home that had a black room. And guess who has a home in Presidio, who works at the Air Force Base, that has a black room, who's also a Satanist who does rituals? Michael Aquino. Because when police went to investigate and get evidence from his home, they found that he had a black room that was similar to the one described by these children. In addition to the black room that they found, they also found weapons, masks, and ceremonial items at Michael Aquino's home, which are not illegal in a sense, and it's not illegal to practice whatever religion he practices. However, it's the matching description, like how will these children know that there's this home with a black room, is what a lot of people were talking about. And how the fuck did they get chlamydia? In February of 1987, which is shortly after these accusations against Michael Aquino and Presidio Daycare and all of that came out, Michael Aquino went on the Oprah show, and he actually did a bunch of shows where he was dressed in this sort of satanic clothing with the eyebrows and the hair and the outfits.
In our investigation, we discovered that some of Satan's soldiers are also high-ranking officers in the United States military. Lieutenant Colonel Michael Aquino led a double life as a satanic high priest. Under a full moon, I took a midnight tour of the Presidio grounds with police investigator Ed Abanovsky.
Are you saying that there was a satanic cult active right here on the Army base?
Yes, and all of the graffiti on the wall would indicate that.
Let's see if I can see it. How'd you find this place? I can see a pentagram painted on the wall. I can see the words Prince of Darkness, inverted crosses, and other obvious satanic ritualistic paintings. Joseph, we've agreed to conceal your identity, but you are an officer in the United States Army.
That's correct.
And you were an officer in the United States Army during the time you were a member of this satanic organization.
Yes.
You were originally implicated in the dreadful charges.
The time period when these terrible events were supposedly taking place, I was assigned to the National Defense University in Washington, D.C., and my wife was out there living with me.
This is something people say could be part of the psyop of yes, I am a Satanist, it's not what you think, and anyone who criticizes me is ignorant and basically prejudiced, and you're just making up crazy things to say that I would be doing that because I'm not hiding it and there's nothing wrong with it. Then in August, there was this crazy thing that happened where this 3-year-old girl basically saw Michael Aquino and his wife Lilith at the mall.
What side of the map is Hawking on?
And grabs his leg and is freaking out. And when her dad looks up to see what she's freaking out about, he sees Michael Aquino, and the daughter is referring to them with totally different names. She's calling the wife Lilith Shamby, and she's calling Michael Aquino Mikey and Mr. Gary. And she's saying that those are the people that did stuff to her and took her to Mr. Gary's house.
The affidavits for the search warrant of your home, and they indicate the child is speaking to the authorities, not her father.
This was after she had been subjected to therapy.
It gets even crazier. And then a month later, in September 1987, the frickin' daycare and all the records in it gets burnt. There were like several fires and everything got burned down, and it was determined to be arson. And this happens after this dramatic identification. And so this is another thing people talk about of like, what the fuck? Because maybe there was some evidence there that may have implicated, maybe allegedly the Aquinos, maybe they signed shit off like Mr. Gary took this kid out, or Shamby or Mikey or whatever, you know what I mean? And now after this identification, those names are linked to them. That would have been motive to destroy these records. Do you know what I mean? Another thought that I had was if they felt like some awful things have happened there, like a parent or something, maybe someone burnt it down because it was like horrible things happened at this daycare and we need to burn it to the ground. Not maybe thinking that there was valuable evidence there. That's another way to interpret it, in a way that they're not guilty. So it's like, I always like do both sides of the argument, and then I'm like, okay, now I argued both sides so well, I don't even know what I believe, like story of my life. Anyway, the fires were in September. 2 months later, December 1987, a witness in the McMartin daycare case, who was also an investigator, he ends up shooting himself and dying immediately after testifying in a case where he's talking about like what they did to the animals, and he's talking about this crazy shit with the turtles, I'll spare you. And then apparently he testifies, and then he goes home and then he takes his own life, shoots himself. Now, as you can imagine, a lot of people at the time were like, did he really do it, or did somebody do it to him, as a sign to like all other witnesses and investigators and to shut him up or whatever. But his name was Paul Bynum, and he was 39. This is a newspaper clipping from the time. This happened December 11th, 1987. It says, a former investigator in the McMartin preschool molestation case committed, unaliving hours after testifying at the trial. And he testified without the jury present. And this was to determine whether or not he could present this to the jury. And it was determined that he could repeat this again in front of the jury. And then he goes home and kills himself. What he was testifying about was evidence of turtle shells that were found at the daycare when they were digging, because that's another thing. There were these tunnels that were supposed to be there, and they were digging, and they were finding all of these like pentagrams and things. So these were things that were like physical evidence that corroborated what the children were saying. It wasn't just random turtle shells that were there from before. Like there were also like pentagrams that were there. I don't know. That doesn't seem like just some natural stuff that was there. And then the tunnels, it's like what was going on there. And then the fact that like this was physical evidence, and he said what it was, and then he was going to say it in front of the jury. That could have been a huge thing to sway the jury. And so that could have been maybe a motive for, if you were going to take the theory that someone did this to him, the idea is that this is pretty damning evidence, physical evidence, and that he was going to say it in front of a jury next. And so let's shut him up before that happens. And also serves to intimidate others that may want to speak up, since this is like a witness, a detective, you know what I mean? And they're getting taken out. Maybe other people will be reluctant to speak out. And this wasn't the only case of like alleged witness intimidation, although keep in mind, officially on paper, this was deemed and like that he did this to himself. There was this other thing I found where this attorney, her name was Cynthia Angel, she was trying to subpoena Michael Aquino, and she says that she was kidnapped and threatened by someone affiliated with him.
Lawyer Cynthia Angel tried to subpoena Michael Aquino for a child custody case. Within days, she was kidnapped.
A stranger stepped into my car, pointed a gun at me, and told me to drive outside of town. I listened to a tape recording. There were infants crying, children crying. and adults chanting. I was told repeatedly during this drive that should I tell anyone what I see or tell anyone what I hear or keep investigating the case that I had been investigating, that I would be killed.
What about the suggestion that this lawyer was taken out into the desert at gunpoint?
Well, that's asinine in a nutshell. We don't take anybody anywhere at gunpoint. We don't threaten anybody.
Who threatened and played obscene tapes?
What is the...
Well, who did it? I mean, who
is supposed to have done this?
supposed to have done this to her?
Well, she believes it was done on your behalf.
Oh, that's stupid.
It's absolutely...
Just ridiculous. It's that kind of stuff that is causing all the misery.
It's a witch hunt in the classical sense.
In addition to descriptions of the room and some pieces of furniture that were accurate and the freaking STDs that the kids had, there's also an incident of a child pointing out the Aquinos' home while they're driving by, saying that this is one of the places they were taken, and then you have the identification. So it's not looking good for the Aquinos. And now they're like under investigation, and a lot of people are like, it seems like they did this. Then what would end up happening was the alibi. And the alibi is what saved the Aquinos. So let me tell you what their alibi was. Michael Aquino was attending Industrial College of the Armed Forces in Washington, D.C. as part of his graduate program.
Cool.
During the time that he was accused of doing these things. And so they say that through records and witnesses, they were able to determine.
It reminds me of Windrose, but actually good. Like board and do a cool combat thing. Like way better than fucking Star Citizen.
Let me guess.
It would be cool if your whole crew boarded with you and just slaughtered the ship. Just like, all right, guys, take it. Just like Windrose. That's how it should have been. Anyways, I want to rest for a while. I'm gonna sleep here and hopefully the ship regens because I don't really want to lose this dogfight. And I'm gonna say before I get out because then I could just jump out when it starts probably and still live.
Determined that he was not in San Francisco.
I could steal this ship and go and sell it. I think I probably will.
Times that these allegations.
You don't have to get a chance to do pirate stuff like this. It's fun.
Were said to have occurred. Now, if I wanted to poke holes,
and I'll have to come back out here, but that's all right. You know, that's not the end of the world.
In this defense, I would say that records can be falsified. It's not like this is a video, key fob, whatever type of data. This seems like handwritten. Remember, this is in the 80s. These are probably like maybe written logs, which can be falsified, especially if you're doing something like this.
I'm noticing that the more kills I get, even if I have a lot of deaths, the more kills I get, the less people fuck with me, and because they do this spying on Z Killboard on an outside site to see what your fucking KDR is, and as my KDR never gets better, it gets worse, but they do see that I have like 100 kills, and they're like, oh, maybe I shouldn't fuck with this guy as much. He actually does kill people. And it's like, and sooner or later it'll be 1,000, and I bet people will really maybe think twice before they fuck with me. And I'm noticing that just doing it for a long time is its own form of overall raid protection, essentially. Okay, I slept for 24 hours. I'm going to get all hopped up on Goofenthals here. Where's the door? Anyways, so I'm going to get on AIDS. Pancakes, protein bar. Seems good to me. I don't know. It's fine by me.
Whatever you need, you got it.
Oh, I know it, baby. I know it. Okay, we're gonna board and slaughter this thing. Maybe he dropped a grenade? I don't know. Ooh, radioactive urban eagle. That might be good. Okay, so now we get in this ship. You must secure the ship before taking it over. Oh, there's more? Oh, yeah, there is more. This thing's bigger than I thought it was. There's some door, huh? Let's change my power and use it. Grab dash is no good. I like this power. Oh, there's some door that I missed. Ah. Now we'll take over the ship and I'll go and sell it, yeah? To get out of this mess that I'm in. I love Eve. It's become my new FFXI. At least it's updated. I love the RP. I'm like, I wiped out this whole place.
Auxiliary.
Get off me. Get off me. Get off me.
Station over. Running
I saw
analysis.
loot. What is it? Oh, there we go. Yeah, this was good loot. Mech components. It's contraband, which will be more money. Veterans Advanced Deep Mining Balance Pack, which is worthless. Maybe we turn on the RP music for a little while here. Oh, no, I was listening to the Nora Jasmine. Never mind. Okay, we're gonna leave this bitch and steal this ship. Okay, undock. Reconfigure for warp grab drive and take me to Wolf. Yeah, I'm aware. Okay. Leave, come out. go over here in between Alpha Centauri and Narian, go to Wolf system. We're gonna go sell this system. Jump to the den. Don't shoot me. Don't shoot me. Bye-bye. This piece of shit. $30,000.
Dad, can I have a pet? A pet? We live on a starship. Pets and starships don't always mix so well.
Additionally, witness statements can also be inaccurate, especially because this happened over a period of years. And so, yeah, maybe he was doing courses here, but he went back and forth between San Francisco and Washington. So there could have been opportunities where, yes, he was in a logbook and witnesses say they saw him, but he also was able to go to San Francisco and maybe do something there and then come back. Do you know what I'm saying?
Sure.
The investigators, however, considered this to be an airtight alibi, and essentially the case collapsed because they found that information to be much more reliable and credible than all the other things I said, which could be seen as like circumstantial evidence. And so there were no charges brought against the Aquinos. And now, also at this time, the original huge case, which was the McMartin daycare case, that one fell apart as well. And what ended up happening there is that the jury came out and they found everyone not guilty.
All right, we are ready for the jury.
We, the jury, in the above entitled action, find the very defendants not guilty.
It was a huge shock. There was like a lot of backlash, and the jury came out and they were basically saying, like, we're not saying that it didn't happen. We're just saying that there wasn't enough evidence for us to determine that it happened beyond a reasonable doubt. Not only was Michael Aquino not charged, but Gary Hambright, his charges were actually dropped. They said that they were too vague and whatever. So this whole concept of satanic panic began to take shape, and it was the media that was talking about it too, being like, this is very dangerous. It cost us a lot of money. Remember, this is the most expensive trial in American history. So taxpayers and stuff are upset. People are like, we just wasted a lot of money. Also, these are not accusations to be made lightly, and they have like, they're life ruining. And so they're like, you're wasting people's money, you're ruining people's lives, tons of daycares shut down, people didn't want to put their kids in daycare. The accusations, even though they were dismissed or whatever, it's still, they had the stain on them, so their businesses were ruined. And so now,
yes, of course,
if you're going to take the PSYOP theory, right, you have convinced the enemy they will lose before they even start, and that you will win the war. Because if it really happens now, you know that if you go and you say that this was satanic ritual abuse, you're going to look crazy. And I'll admit, as someone who didn't know anything about this history and who only heard about like people making these accusations being crazy, anytime I would start hearing satanic ritual anything, I'd have an internal eye roll. Like, yeah, that's so far-fetched, and like as if this person is, and I'll be honest, my like reaction would be like, this is a very overly religious person who just believes that everything is satanic. That's what I would think. And I didn't even know anything about this case. That's how much it was like perpetuated in the media and how it was framed. I didn't even know the concept of satanic panic. It's just like in the pop culture. And the thing is, you know, I don't think that it's maybe super rampant. I don't know. But I also don't think that it like doesn't exist, because there's crazy shit. There's always stuff that exists. If you take the PSYOP theory, the idea is that these non-credible things were created to set the scene for an environment where when another accusation that is similar is made, it would be discredited from the beginning, was the idea. And so when you look at the PSYOP paper and how much there is emphasis on starting before they get to the battlefield, and if you think about the fact that this paper was written in 1980 and that book, Michelle Remembers, came out in 1980, and the first accusation was made in 1983 by that mentally ill woman, could that first accusation have been created as a PSYOP? That woman was somehow tricked or coerced or manipulated into saying that, starting that, knowing it wasn't true, knowing it would be discredited. According to the kids who were making the allegations about Presidio, they were saying this was going on for a long time. So if it was happening at that time and this was about to come out, could this have been the approach to discredit the allegations before they ever came out? And being in control of the narrative instead of it coming out on its own? When you look at it through that lens, it seems to play out in the way that it was intended to if it was a PSYOP. If it wasn't a PSYOP and it was just like that book organically created that sort of belief, and then if you couple the fervor of that with the old school and improper way of interviewing children with leading questions and implanting false memories and whatever, then you could also take that approach of being like, he just got caught up in the thing of the times and it's just a coincidence that he was into PSYOP.
I lost money on this. This was not worth it, so I'm just going to blow it up next time. Vendor credits is out and I can get 15K for that thing. So stealing the ship isn't worth it, you should just blow it up. Okay, we're going all the way the fuck back out east to, Boar. We're going to Hawking. So jump to Boar. It's like an interstellar shanty. I liked it. I like this stupid game.
And Satanism, when this was happening, that could also be it too. Now remember the part in his paper where he talked about why are some reporters believed over others when they're reporting the same news, and he was talking about a rapport, that certain newsmen have rapports. Okay, so there was one particular news anchor, his name was Wayne Satz, and he was one of the first to break the story with this daycare abuse stuff. He was a reporter for ABC, and he had a great rapport with the people, and he was found dead at age 47 in his home. Now, I found this one article where they were saying that the autopsy failed to disclose the cause of death, but then later on I found that they said he had a heart attack. at 47. And so that very well could be, or if you want to get conspiratorial with it, right? Remember I told you guys it was a heart attack gun. It could have been just a heart attack, but I thought I'd mention it. Even after all this stuff was dismissed, a lot of the kids, and even till this day, still maintain that this happened to them. There was still a lot of public opinion and people speaking out about that this really did happen. And so if there was a reporter that they would go to, or a reporter who would continue reporting on the story even after the fact, it would be Wayne Satz. And so people are saying that made him a threat, and that if someone did want to get rid of him, that would be the reason why, allegedly. Okay, although the charges were dropped, Michael Aquino felt like there was some backlash, and instead of him just like going away quietly into the night, he went on a counterattack, okay? In 1994, he ends up retiring from the military, and he was awarded the Meritorious Service Medal. Remember the 3-year-old girl who ran up to her dad and was like, "That's Mikey and Mr. Gary and whatever." Michael Aquino ended up suing her father, and it was unsuccessful. He starts suing a bunch of people. First of all, he sued the army. He sued the army psychiatrist who was like interviewing the kids. He ended up settling some of these cases. He then also wrote this book, which was titled Extreme Prejudice, the Presidio Satanic Abuse Scam. And in that book, he basically says it was a financial scam. There were also other books that were written about the case, and Michael Aquino ended up suing the people who wrote the books, and they ended up settling. After retiring from the military, he was still a high priest in the Temple of Set, and
Set
he
alarm for
remained
6:30.
high priest for 2 more years. In 1996 is when he stepped down from that. After that, he lived out the rest of his life living in San Francisco with his wife, and there are many cats that he said were, quote, inevitable, innumerable, and immortal, is how he described his cats. His wife Lilith was the high priestess, and then there was a bunch of other people who took over and were like the high priest or high priestess of the Temple of Set. In the year 2000, it was estimated that the Temple of Set had around 500 members, and they had these like pylons or different branches that were all over the world, in the United States as well as in Australia, Germany, and even Sweden and Finland. Michael Aquino died on September 1st, 2019, they say from some illness and, old age and all of that. But the news of his death didn't come out until 2020. Although Michael Aquino was dead, Paul Vallely was alive and well. Remember Paul Vallely? Paul Vallely was the colonel who's now actually, I think, a general, but he's retired, and he's on the advisory board of Turning Point USA. Paul founded this conservative organization called Stand Up America. And it promoted First Amendment rights, Second Amendment rights, strong national defense, and secure borders. Remember, his specialty is in PSYOP. Then in 2012 is when Charlie Kirk founds Turning Point USA. And when I went to see when was Paul made a member of the advisory board, it said 2016 or earlier. They don't have an exact date, but it was either 2016 or earlier. So just a few years into the creation of Turning Point USA was Paul part of the advisory board. Turning Point USA ended up becoming one of the most influential conservative, what would you call it, a political organization among the youth. And that was really important for people who want that side to win, because when it comes to the youth, they were losing. Like the conservative party was much more likely to be older people. And so that's your voting demographic dying out. And so if you want that party to survive, you need young conservatives. And young people tend to lean more liberal. And so Turning Point USA was trying to get the youth to be more conservative. A lot of people claim that they use sort of this mind war, PSYOP techniques to spread their messaging, which is high, what do they call it? High emotional? There's a phrase. Let me find the exact phrase. Yeah, high emotion narrative framing. And this is where the conspiracy theories really come in, because if you want to talk about high emotion narrative framing, what is more high emotional than seeing a video of the head of this organization being shot and killed in front of a bunch of students, and his wife was there with her kids, right? Erica Kirk. And then now it's like this crazy ass thing with Candace Owens and Erica Kirk and all these accusations and theories and connections and all of that about what this is all about and were they trying to take over. And then there's all this influence with like certain foreign countries, and oh my God, it's really crazy. And so what I'm talking about here is the fact that we have a member of their advisory board who's very strongly affiliated with PSYOP and Mind War. And we have events that are unfolding with this organization that have put it on the map. There are a lot of people who had no idea what Turning Point USA was until all this happened. And who knows if some of those people now want to be a part of it. So the theory is that this high emotional narrative framing has people invested, feeling like, you know, they want to defend this person who was killed. And if they were kind of like lukewarm about it, now they're all in because they just witnessed this horrific thing, and it's like that. Another theory is this whole divide and conquer thing, because remember, they talk about using this PSYOP stuff on the domestic population. And if you know any type of thing about warfare, not necessarily psychological exclusively, but one of the oldest tricks in the book is divide and conquer. And so I always say this, right, with the political party shit, is the people up top, they want us having a fight like this rather than having a fight like this. If we are divided, we're easier to conquer. If we are united and we start saying, hey, you're not my enemy, they're my enemy. These people pretending to be enemies and on different sides are sitting together having fucking cigars, drinking 100-year-old whiskey, laughing at us fighting when they're buddy-buddy. That's what they don't want. So part of this PSYOP thing is to create a very divisive political environment that you can hijack and exploit for your benefit. Because having a common enemy is one of the greatest things that will unite people and have them throw their weight against a particular person who's going to fight that enemy for you. Do you understand what I'm saying? I've been saying this forever, okay? They want us to be so polarized and divisive as a nation that we are too distracted by the hate for each other to actually focus on what's actually the problem. The problems are with the powers that be, not you and me, okay? Look at the freaking Epstein shit, right? They're all hanging out. All these people you think don't get along, they're all friends hanging out and they're all doing their nasty shit together. So why are we fighting each other? Or it could all be just a coincidence. You could just be on there and have really written this paper, but nothing came of it. And he just wants to help the youth and advise. And that was just a horrible thing that happened. And it was organic. It was, what's that guy, Tyler Robson, who did it. And just some crazy guy. And that, you know, it's all just, you know, another version of satanic panic, you know? I would love to know what you guys think. Thank you so much for watching, and I will see you guys in my next one. Bye.
Yeah, she's got a right to make the connections. It's a little bit weird like that.
Let me crack. Oh, shoddy. Crack. Is what I'd say if I were a chiropractor, but alas, chiropractors. They crack your back, fixing misaligned bones to improve your all-around health. But what if I told you the founder of chiropractic, the father of chiropractic, was a job-hopping con man trying to be the head of a religion? Not only that, but when he felt like his son was stepping on his toes, his son hit him with his car. Oh, and wait, Scientology is also involved somehow. Yeah, trust me. The history and science of chiropractic is much weirder than I thought it was. Thank you. To become a chiropractor, you have to do 4 years of undergrad, then complete 4 more years of chiropractic school, take a few tests, and then you're a chiropractic doctor. Doctor of chiropractic. To become a doctor, like a medical doctor, you have to do 4 years of undergrad, 4 years of medical school, 3 to 7 years of residency, 1 to 3 years of fellowship, take a whole bunch of tests, and then finally, you can be a practicing doctor. Very different paths, all to have the same doctor. Before we get into the science of how Wait, did I say science? Oh, my bad, not yet. Before we get into the science of chiropractic, and if it's all a load of baloney, we have to go into the history. How did it start? Why did people start touching each other and pulling on bones? The word chiropractic comes from the Greek word chiropraktis. This means one who practices with hands. The father of chiropractic is a man named Daniel David Palmer, also called D.D. Palmer. D.D. Megadoodoo. He was from Canada, but immigrated to Iowa in 1865. D.D. was what was known as a magnetic healer. This is when you put magnets on people to try to heal them. This can include permanent magnetic bracelets, putting magnets in some of people's shoes, anything to keep weak magnetic waves close to the body. And this was supposed to heal any ailment. D.D. Palmer was a spiritualist. He hated modern medicine and was an OG anti-vaxxer. While D.D. was a magnetic healer in Iowa, he was also a beach healer, a sports healer, and a grocery store owner. Can't put your eggs all in one basket, you know? He had a lot of interests. Most people think of chiropractic as an Eastern medicine, some alternative foreign medicine that we adopted. But nope, this is how the story goes according to D.D. He was practicing magnetic healing in an office in Davenport, Iowa, when he came across the building janitor, a man named Harvey Lillard. Harvey was hard of hearing, and Dee noticed that he had a huge lump on his back. Luckily for Harvey, Dee got told during a seance that subluxations and problems in the back are responsible for all human health problems. So he gave Harvey a good whack on the back, and the next day, Harvey comes to him and says, "I can hear the wagons in the street." His hearing had been restored. This story is a key part of the history of chiropractic. And yes, you heard me right. Dee says the idea and fundamentals of chiropractic came to him during a seance. A seance where he says he communicated with the other world. He allegedly communicated with the spirit of a doctor named Jim Atkins, who had died 50 years prior. I know this sounds crazy. For all my sports listeners below, after his first induction with Harvey was a success, he realized he was on something big. The foundation of chiropractic feels so weird. But according to my research, that's what you're supposed to say. But like, I wish it was like chiropractology or chiropractic, something other than just saying chiropractic. The foundation of chiropractic is that all problems in the human body link back to the spine and are caused by vertebral subluxations. This is when your vertebrae are misaligned and have lost their proper position. This dysfunction can press on nerves, interrupt the brain-body communication, and cause degeneration. They believe things like asthma are caused by subluxations, high blood pressure caused by subluxations,
Alright, so we've landed again. Again, you're just gonna look. What is that one? There's an abandoned cryo lab. Where's the moon? There's the moon. We're gonna click on the moon. And we're going to travel to the moon. We're essentially going to be like refreshing biomes to kind of get it to spawn. We're looking for a specific biome to get it. So we're at the moon now. Just going to select it. Alright, so you can basically click anywhere. I think the moon only has one biome. So we're going to land. I'm doing this all without any cuts because, you know, I like to not... I don't want anybody being like, Crimson, you cut. You clearly spawned it in and took it out your ass. I definitely didn't. Alright. So all you want to do is once we land, we're going to jump out of the vessel. We got it on the first try, that'd be pretty funny. You're going to jump out of the vessel, and you're basically going to look around at the POIs in your location. We got the abandoned, we got abandoned outpost there. We got a pipeline terminus there. Now you can, if you want to, you can bring up the surface map and kind of look around to get like a better, because sometimes there'll be like more locations. So in this instance, we did not get the one we were looking for, so all we're going to essentially do is click a different location on the moon, and we're just going to keep repeating that. We're going to do that again.
Successful jump, Captain.
Alright, so we've landed again. Again, you're just going to look. What is that one? There's an abandoned cryo lab. There. There's a civilian outpost. And you can bring up the map. The only thing is if you... No, that's hold on. But if you bring up the map, you can see, like, structures outside of your view. It's not that one there. So see here, like, for instance, you can see that over there. Nothing here. So we're just going to keep refreshing. We'll refresh one more time, and then I'll probably just cut. This can take you some time. You can get extremely lucky, or you can get not lucky. I got quite lucky with it. Oh, there it is there on the third attempt. You're looking for the defunct broadcasting station. So we're going to bring it up real quick on the map just so you know. This is what it looked like on the map. It's basically this giant kind of tower in the middle with some little structures around it. We're just going to run over to it. I'll say the new rover is quite cool. We're going to do a little quick review on it, obviously, in a moment. I do like it. I just wish it had a little bit more power. I forget that I can boost back forward now. So there should be a little garage outside of it. You can see it there, see? There's like a little kind of an uncovered garage. A garage. Will the enemies here, but you can honestly just avoid the enemies. Just run straight up to it. You just hop in. And once you hop in, you should be good to go. You can see it there.
Yeah, you want to come inside? Oh, coming. Oh. Hi, kitty. Yeah, you want to come inside? Okay, watch your head. Hi, little baby. How are you? Hey. How are you, kitty? Hi, sissy. Have you figured out your brother passed? Yeah. Hi. Yeah, I think you are perturbed. I think you are aware that you're alone, huh? Poor kitty. He lived a good life. Yeah, important. You live a good life. You live a good life. You're a happy, good, healthy kitty. Yeah, you doing okay? Okay. Oh. My mouse. There we go. I've made so much money just sitting here doing this event. This isn't it. Military encampment.
Please do not proceed without your spacesuit. I am not equipped to dispose of corpses.
If I go inside and I rest, will this go away?
See, there's like a little kind of an uncovered garage. We'll go right.
So, I hear you've been making yourself pretty useful around the ship, Cora.
I have, Dad. I want to be as good a co-pilot for the captain as I am for you.
Well, you're doing a great job, Stringbean. I'm proud of you. What do you say we get you a new outfit next time we're planetside?
It still fits, Dad. And I love it. Now, a new book.
A collision here was
Oh, he's got a shotgun, huh?
Adjusting current data.
You know, the pirates fighting the robot. It's actually funny.
Potential execution. One, emotional response. Frustration.
Rise. There will be enemies here, but you can honestly just avoid the enemy.
systematic wandering.
Warp drive active.
I will run faction warfare on both my main and my unsubbed alt because my main still gets her skill points, so it doesn't really matter. And I will run it on both. And in that way I will make like 2.5 billion ISK, and it'll be like nothing to give her a monthly sub.
Warp drive active.
What are you talking about? Contraband. Fucking annoying. I love that you can zoom to it now. It's actually really cool.
We're asking everyone to take care of any leeches on their ships. We don't want.
May I be of service? Certainly.
Mechanized power. Oh no! Wow, it's a power assist. What's its eye level or whatever? Seems weird. Leadline power assist. But no, I'm trying to sell. There it is. That's it, I think. I'm gonna get a new vehicle. That's what I've been after. It took me like half an hour, but I think that's it. I think that is it. I think I got the new vehicle. Fuck yeah, that's gonna save me time. Yep, how's that doing? Yep, timer's ticking right on. I believe that is it. Nice. I think. Maybe not, but I think it is. No. It's a science outpost. Damn it. Alright, we're gonna go south, which is... Yeah, that's not it. So... I'll try and Soul, but they're saying Luna's where to go, so I'll try Luna again. This guy speaks in Quentin Tarantino quotes. So weird. He mentioned like 3 Tarantino movies and... There we go. I'm gonna go pee real quick. I'll be right back. I mean, that kind of looks like it. Maybe that's it. I'm gonna go pee. I'll be right back. mix a drink. Spicy mango lemon. What? Okay, sorry about that. Had to pee and mix a drink. Now, I am going out to... No, that doesn't appear to be it. Damn it. Looks southwest at that one, maybe. That's not it.
The facility where I was manufactured is nearby.
The facility where you were manufactured.
Captain, greetings. You may. I have no con... Good day, Captain.
Excuse me. Okay, so... I want to go to missions. Oops. And I want to come down to side missions. I don't know what this one is. That looks sort of fun. Let's go do that. Look how cool this game is. It has so much content. Wait, what? No, no, no. Fucking annoying. Ooh, older shotgun. Piracy. Space piracy. Bye-bye. I stole things for you. I wish I could put the high tower mod on. Starfield, should you only install a mod before you start the playthrough, or is it bad to do it mid-playthrough? I want to install Watchtower, but I'm scared that I didn't do it at the start. Wait, what the hell is this? Nova Galactic Star Yard. Nice. Let's go sell the ship there.
Warp drive active.
Anything you can think of caused by a subluxation. His theory revolved around the idea that altered nerve flow was the cause of all disease, and that misaligned spinal vertebrae affected nerve flow. He figured that restoring these vertebrae to their proper position would restore health. He said, and I quote, "A subluxed vertebrae is the cause of 95% of all disease. The other 5% is caused by displaced joints other than those on the vertebral column." I want the record to show subluxations have been proven to not be a thing. There is no medical backing that shows that subluxations are a thing, at least in the way they talk about it in chiropractic. Orthopedics actually do use the word subluxations, but it's a whole different thing and is visible on imaging. But this is not how chiropractics are using it. They have even come out and said it's different. Their subluxations can't be seen on imaging. Only chiropractors know how to find these subluxations. When germ theory was introduced, Dede was very against it. He said if germ theory was true, we'd all be dead. So Dede started teaching other people his new treatment, let's get crack-a-lackin'. In 1897, he founded the Palmer Schooling Cure in Davenport, later renamed Palmer School of Chiropractic. And one of his first students was his son, BJ Palmer. BJ? Hey, yo. I guess they say you are what you eat. Wait. In the early 1900s, it then became illegal to practice medicine without a medical license. Guess what they didn't have? Medical licenses. Even though they called themselves doctors. But did that stop him from practicing? No. Eventually, he was arrested and taken to jail for this. He had the option to pay a fine instead, but he was like, no. So he went to jail for 17 days. After the 17th day, though, he was like, I'll pay the fine. He realized he wasn't cut out for jail. His justification for why chiropractic should be legal is because it was partly spiritual. So they toyed around with the idea of making chiropractic something more religious so that it had more presence in America. He said, and I quote, one who was the founder, as did Christ, Muhammad, Joe Smith, Ed, Martin Luther, others who have founded religions. I am the fountainhead. I am the founder of chiropractic in its science, in its art, in its philosophy, and in its religious phase. I have received chiropractic from the other world. No one has laid claim to that. Not even BJ. BJ's catching strays. Crazy. But he'll get his work back later. BJ wanted to make chiropractic into a religion. And even though he didn't do this, the way certain chiropractors talk about chiropractic, it sounds very religious. I saw a video of a chiropractor talking about the history of chiropractic, and I just want you to listen to how he talks about it.
A couple of years later, 1847, the American Medical Association is created. Notice, here we have cephalids, sometimes called like scolpius. You see here we have a snake, we have a serpent that's on a staff, on a stake. It looks like a branch of a tree. Last time I heard a story about a serpent in a tree, people were deceived. And in fact, the fall of mankind soon followed. Very interesting.
Fucking
this
idiot.
Is called the caduceus. What this is on the very top, it's actually a light. And you see the angel's wings. Angel of light, a light bearer. Notice the two serpents, the two-headed serpent. What we see here, this is a symbol of Satan himself, two-faced, lowercase g, God, right? Because he was Lucifer, and when he fell, he became Satan, hence the two different faces. So this is an unbelievably evil symbol.
Yeah, and remember, they're called doctors. After DB got out of jail, he sold his school of chiropractic to his son BJ, and then he moved out west, where he helped to found chiropractic schools in Oklahoma. California, and Oregon. He really was a cult leader. With BJ being in charge now, he made a few changes to the curriculum. He thought that the upper cervical spine...
This story is really interesting. I didn't know about this. Start over.
4 more years of...
Oops. Oh. Itchy. Itchy. This place is good for incidental money. I don't need to be here, but I mean, it did have a bunch of stuff that does sell. Some of it sells well. I should maybe pay for a VPN. Or I don't know. I need, yeah, like, It's a Merlin. What? It's Merlin. What? Aw. Before I could even sick on him. Fucking dumb. Oh, nice. Fuck was this? I tried to click the game, but the piece of shit developer sucks dick. Sorry. Fuck you, fucking feminist piece of shit, cocksucking failure ass developer. Let me click and activate the game, but no, you got this weird right click thing where when I try to right click, you make sure the thing I'm right clicking doesn't give me the menu I need. Cause you suck dick, piece of shit, feminist cocksucker. You suck dick, feminist cocksucker. You suck dick. Fuck you, asshole. You know and I know that I activated that gate long before his target succeeded, but because you're a piece of shit cocksucker brain-dead developer who wants to use a Windows system from 1995, yeah, good job, you fucking worthless piece of shit cocksucker brain-dead developer. Good job. You stole another shit from me with your incompetence and your bad software development. You know, your bad software design. What can I say? Sorry. Go back out there to the exact same place and start over again. Would have been nice if I had a fair fight, but no. I'm just AFK sitting there because you have gates. I don't need gates at the goddamn faction warfare. Why do you have them, you idiot? Stop doing gates, you fucking piece of shit. Gates are for losers like you, software developer from 2001. I don't need them in 2026. Stop doing them. You're a fucking idiot. You constantly thwart and prevent me from reaching where I'm trying to go with piece of shit ass gates where assholes like that fucking cocksucker fucking ruin my day because you're a piece of shit goddamn brain dead software developer and your fucking gates, your literal gates to all the gameplay. Your literal gates. Fuck your fucking literal fucking gates, you piece of shit ass brain dead software developer. If I wanted a door puzzle, I would play Zelda. Fuck you and your fucking door puzzles, fucking piece of shit cocksucker brain dead developer. Suck my fucking dick, piece of shit brain dead developer. You can gate this, cocksucker. Fuck you. Gate this. Gate this, piece of shit. Gate this. You can gate this, motherfucker. I'm grabbing it. You can gate this, motherfucker. Gate this. You and your fucking gates. You can gate this, retard.
Autopilot engaged.
Get me stuck in a gate again. So some shithead has me 3/4 dead before I can even target him. The fuck is that? It's you sucking dick, developer. We all know what it is. What? Whoa. The hell is this? Where am I? I thought it was a magazine. I was like, no way that's a magazine. Oh, this flashlight is so fucking bad.
Approaching Stargate. Autopilot jumping.
Fucking stupid piece of shit software developers and their fucking failure. Fucking failures.
Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active.
Isn't it? No, isn't it?
Approaching Stargate.
Oh, it looks awesome.
Autopilot jumping. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active.
A chiropractic school, take a few tests, and then you're a chiropractic doctor. Doctor of chiropractic. To become a doctor, like a medical doctor, you have to do 4 years of undergrad, 4 years of medical school, 3 to 7 years of residency, 1 to 3 years of fellowship, take a whole bunch of tests, and then finally, you can be a practicing doctor. Very different paths, all to have the same name, doctor. Before we get into the science of how... Wait, did I say science?
Approaching Stargate.
Oh, my bad, not yet. Before we get into the science of chiropractic, and if it's all a load of baloney, we have to go into the history. How did it start? Why did people start touching each other and pulling on bones?
Autopilot jumping. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active.
Latched, free and clear. I'm up for a little adventure.
Approaching Stargate.
The word chiropractic comes from the Greek word
Autopilot
chiropraktis.
jumping.
This means one who practices with hands. The father of chiropractic is a man named Daniel David Palmer, also called D.D. Palmer. D.D. Megadoodoo. He was from Canada, but immigrated to Iowa in 1865. D.D. was what was known as a magnetic healer. This is when you put magnets on people to try to heal them. This can include permanent magnetic bracelets, putting magnets in the sole of people's shoes, anything to keep weak magnetic waves close to the body. And this was supposed to heal any ailment. D.D. Palmer was a spiritualist. He hated modern medicine and was an OG anti-vaxxer. While D.D. was a magnetic healer in Iowa, he was also a beekeeper, a school teacher, and a grocery store owner. Can't put your eggs all in one basket, you know? He had a lot of interests. Most people think of chiropractic as an Eastern medicine, some alternative foreign medicine that we adopted. But nope, this is how the story goes according to D.D. He was practicing magnetic healing in an office in Davenport, Iowa, when he came across the building janitor, a man named Harvey Lillard. Harvey was hard of hearing, and D.D. noticed that he had a huge lump on his back. Luckily for Harvey, D.D. got told during a seance that subluxations and problems in the back are responsible for all human health problems. So he gave Harvey a good whack on the back, and the next day, Harvey comes to him and says, "I can hear the wagons in the street." His hearing had been restored. This story is a key part of the history of chiropractic. And yes, you heard me right. Didi says the idea and fundamentals of chiropractic came to him during a seance. A seance where he says he communicated with the other world. He allegedly communicated with the spirit of a doctor named Jim Atkins, who had died 50 years prior. I know this sounds crazy, so all my sources will be listed below. After his first adjustment with Harvey was a success, he realized he was onto something big. The foundation of chiropractic, saying chiropractic feels so weird. But according to my research, that's what you're supposed to say, but like, I wish it was like chiropractology or chiropractory, something other than just saying chiropractic. The foundation of chiropractic is that all problems in the human body link back to the spine and are caused by vertebral subluxation. Systems of the vertebrae are misaligned and have lost their proper position. This dysfunction can press on nerves, interrupt the brain-body communication, and cause degeneration. They believe things like asthma are caused by subluxations, high blood pressure caused by subluxations, anything you can think of caused by a subluxation. His theory revolved around the idea that altered nerve flow was the cause of all disease, and that misaligned spinal vertebrae affected nerve flow. He figured that restoring these vertebrae to their proper position would restore health. He said, and I quote, "A subluxed vertebrae is the cause of 95% of all disease. The other 5% is caused by displaced joints other than those of their vertebrae." vertebral column. I want the record to show subluxations have been proven to not be a thing. There is no medical background that shows that subluxations are a thing, at least in the way they talk about it in chiropractic. Orthopedics actually do use the word subluxations, but that is a whole different thing and is visible on imaging. But this is not how chiropractics are using it. They have even come out and said, their subluxations can't be seen on imaging. Only chiropractors know how to find these subluxations. When germ theory was introduced, Dede was very against it. He said if germ theory was true, we'd all be dead. So Dede started teaching other people his new treatment, let's get crack-a-lackin'. In 1897, he founded the Palmer School in Cure in Davenport, later renamed Palmer School of Chiropractic. And one of his first students was his son, B.J. Palmer. B.J., there you go. I guess they say you are what you eat. Wait. In the early 1900s, it then became illegal to practice medicine without a medical license. Guess what they didn't have? Medical licenses. Even though they called themselves doctors. But did that stop him from practicing? No. Eventually, he was arrested and taken to jail for this. He had the option to pay a fine instead, but he was like, no. So he went to jail for 17 days. After the 17th day, though, he was like, I'll pay the fine. He realized he wasn't cut out for jail, I guess. His justification for why chiropractic should be legal is because it was partly spiritual in nature. So they toyed around with the idea of making chiropractic something more religious so that it had more protections in America. He said, and I quote, we must have a religious head, one who is the founder, as did Christ, Muhammad, Joe Smith, Mrs. Eddy, Martin Luther, and others who have founded religions. I am the fountainhead. I am the founder of chiropractic in its science, in its art, in its philosophy, and in its religious phase. I have received chiropractic from the other world. No one has laid claim to that. Not even BJ. BJ's catching strays. Crazy. But he'll get his lick back later. Dede wanted to make chiropractic into a religion. And even though he didn't do this, the way certain chiropractors talk about chiropractic, it sounds very religious. I saw a video of a chiropractor talking about the history of chiropractic, and I just want you to listen to how he talks about it.
A couple of years later, 1847, the American Medical Association is created. Notice, here we have a cephalese, sometimes called like a sculpius. You see here we have a snake, we have a serpent that's on a